Good morning. I'm Dan DeRose with 19 News, coming to you from our digital desk. We have confirmation that there is some movement in the investigation into the disappearance of Keshaun Williams. You'll remember this name. It has been prominent in the headlines for more than a year now. He went missing in June of 2023, just 15 years old. At the time of his disappearance, he had been that evening somewhere in the Slavic Village area. We have heard his mother on numerous occasions say that that party was being hosted by adults and that he was just 15 years old. That's where we stop with the accusations, but now we have confirmed that there is a search ongoing right now at the Cuyahoga River in the Tremont area. We're going to have a camera up very shortly. Our crews are very close in the area trying to get a vantage point on where the search is happening. We know that the U.S. Marshals and several agencies have been very aggressive, especially in the last month, that there has been movement. Let's keep in mind the reward money for this has been steadily climbing. It's currently at $27,500, and money, it being a big motivator, have they been getting tips from someone to get new information? Let's talk about the area that's being searched right now. I have this zoomed in on Tremont. I'm going to pull out just a little bit so that you can see. Here is downtown Cleveland. If you know where Tremont is, it kind of is circled by I-77 and I-90 as it comes through downtown. Here is the Tremont area itself. There's Lincoln Park. If you come to the edge, to the eastern edge of Tremont, this is kind of a hilly area, this green space that you see, and you see a little trail. It goes downhill pretty quickly, and the area being searched is the Cuyahoga River just on the backside of what's being called Universal Oil. Of course, Universal Oil has nothing to do with this. It just looks like if you wanted to dump maybe evidence into the Cuyahoga River, that there would appear to be some pretty easy access potentially to come off of West 3rd Street and in the Jefferson area and get to the river. Now, what we're being told is that there are divers that are about to go into the river. Now, let's talk about what they could potentially be looking for. You would be hard-pressed to say that they're looking for a body that's been simply dumped into the river. Anyone that's been around the Cuyahoga River knows that there is a pretty substantial current. So if anyone had just simply thrown a body into the river there, it would have been carried away. So that leads us to the next part. Then what are they searching for? Remember, in this case, there is an SUV that is still in question. Very early on, they talked about a dark-colored SUV, and then it switched to a white SUV, and then it went back to, no, now we think it is maybe a dark-colored SUV, and that, whether it's the white one or the dark-colored one, has never been found or secured as evidence in this case. There was talk about a picture of Keshaun in that vehicle the night that he went missing. Again, we're going all the way back to his family reported him missing on June 17th. I believe the party was a day or two before that. Keshaun at 5'7", he was an athlete, he was a boxer, but there had been quite a bit of speculation and talk about that picture, as well as another picture that was floating around, whether they were teenagers, friends, people who were at that party. There was talk of a picture of him in an SUV to where he looked like he had been beaten up to some extent. And so that's why investigators, and again, we're talking the U.S. Marshals, Cleveland Police Department, and you have to remember that Cleveland Missing has been involved in this from the very beginning. And we know that representatives of all of those organizations, including Cleveland Missing, are actually at this site right now. Again, it's Universal Oil. Let's be very clear. Universal Oil has nothing to do with this other than it looks like the access point and where the divers are going into the river is off of or on their property or very near that property. And again, this is probably not a search for simply a body, like a single body that's been thrown into the river. The current is just way too strong for anything like that to have happened. So what we're going to go with is that they're probably searching for other evidence in this case, not particularly a body, but perhaps evidence. Are they looking for those for that SUV, whether it's the dark colored one or the white colored SUV or the white SUV that we've been talking about? What we're going to do is we wait for our camera to go live, and we're going to stay with this because at one point this was the longest running Amber Alert in the state of Ohio ever in the history of the Amber Alert program. The fact that it still sort of continues as an Amber Alert or has been pulled down, and it's a technicality. When you go to the Amber Alert website for Ohio, it currently says there are no open cases. That's sort of a technicality. This is an Amber Alert that's never been solved, and that's why it continues sort of under that umbrella. As I said, it's been in the past month that the U.S. Marshal's Office, not that they have only been involved for a month, let's be very clear, they've been involved very heavily from the beginning, but there has clearly been some movement in the last month. There have been searches all over the area. There has been an increase in the reward money, and in fact, in early October, in the first week or so, family came back out, held a news conference. We have our story from our Brittany Weir. Again, this was back in about the first week of October when the reward money was increased from $25,000 to $27,500. Let's take a look at that story as we wait for our camera to go live.
There is people out here who know what happened to Keshaun, and I pray that you come forth and give the information that you have.
Mary Williams, Keshaun's grandmother, begging anyone with information about her grandson to please call police.
I'm not asking you if you have it. I know people have it.
On Wednesday, Cleveland police and U.S. Marshals, who have been investigating this case since June 17, 2023, announced the 16-year-old was last seen in a dark-colored SUV with 3 to 4 other teenagers.
Early on, there was information that was released that a black Jeep was involved and was a suspect vehicle. That had been vetted and is not accurate.
Police said they do not have a picture of this SUV. However, they believe whoever was in that car knows what happened.
Our hope and goal is that anyone that sees this reaches out, calls the numbers provided, and provides any kind of information that will assist us.
On the night he went missing, Keshaun went to a party on Gertrude Avenue in Slavic Village. Police say they are continuing to search that area.
We've checked numerous properties, numerous abandoned properties, different tips that came in, also information that came in the area. We believe still somewhere in the area of Gertrude that has more information that could lead us to what happened.
And again, that was our Brittany Weir just earlier this month when the family came out, when the reward was increased. And again, we see that discussion of an SUV. In the beginning, it was a black SUV. That was all the talk. In the first week that he was missing, that was from police. That was from the Amber Alert. When it gives a description, it was talking about that vehicle in particular. You heard the officer in the story from earlier this month that vehicle was vetted, meaning it was investigated. They looked at it and turned out not to be the vehicle in question, but that they are still looking for a different SUV. Again, this is Keshaun. This was one of the more recent pictures that we were given by family and by Cleveland Missing. Keshaun, just 15 years old at the time that he went missing. His mother, very distraught. His family, as you can imagine, wanting any sort of hope. Now we get to where we are today. Let's review where we're at. This is, let's reset here a little bit. We have confirmed that U.S. Marshals, local authorities are helping in a search, a new search this morning that is related to the Keshaun Williams case. We don't know if this is a search for a body or a search for evidence or perhaps both. You see downtown Cleveland there. If you know where Tremont is, the Interbelt Bridge, and in fact, I believe we have our live picture, and that is in one. Let's get our first look now of this search area. This is live. I believe that was Pete Elliott. He is the U.S. Marshal for our area. The fact that you see a large tow truck in the area means they're going to be bringing up something pretty heavy. You can see the tow truck has its arms extended. Those are stabilizers so that it can pull something fairly heavy out of the water. As these are our first pictures, we can't say if this has already happened. It does not appear, because I don't see maybe the flatbed truck that's going to come in and they put any large piece of evidence on. We see U.S. Marshals. I can see Chief Majoy is there on the scene from Cleveland Missing. He is the Newburgh Heights chief. At one point, there was a search in Newburgh Heights in a short distance off of I-77. That turned up nothing at the time. We're seeing a number of divers clearly getting suited up. And again, the question is, have they gone in the water or have they already been in? But it appears they're suiting up because these are our first pictures. We see the Cleveland police, I believe that's the Cleveland police boat there in the background as we're getting ready for this search. And the question is, what is in the water there that they are specifically searching for? This would not, and this is sort of a terrible thing, but let's just say what we know about the Cuyahoga River. There is an extremely strong current as it flows into Lake Erie. So the idea that more than a year later they're searching for simply just a body, that doesn't sort of compute. It wouldn't, that's not what this is, looking for a simple body. We also see this large wrecking truck there, or tow truck, a rig there that's going to be lifting something fairly heavy out of the water. Is this a vehicle that they're pulling out? We'll have to wait and see. Again, we're starting to see, and this is a good indication that divers have not quite yet been in the water. Let's review. This is just off of the far eastern side of Tremont, where it meets the Cuyahoga River, and it is very close to a property called Universal Oil. This is very near Jefferson Avenue. That's sort of one of the main streets that comes through Tremont and then dead ends into the river itself. The one thing we're starting to see is maybe some netting that's going to be brought up, and what they may be doing is, with the understanding that they're going to pull some sort of piece of evidence out of the river, they may quickly hide or put that curtain sort of around whatever it is they pull out of there for investigative purposes. They don't know what could or could not be in that SUV. So once they get it out of the water, they'll likely set it in that area that you see cordoned off, and they will do their initial search. Unfortunately, we have to look at all possibilities here, and that's what law enforcement would say. This could be an empty SUV. There could be nothing in it. Someone could have driven it to this area because they knew that authorities had already said that they were looking for an SUV. I'm trying to see what they're setting up there. Again, they're tarping. This is probably not a good sign. the amount of work that's being done to tarp off or make this, yeah, this is not a good sign, and it makes me wonder if there has already been a dive team in this area and if they have taken a look inside whatever evidence is down there, and the fact that they are setting up so much cordoned off area. That white SUV, I'm trying to see, and I don't see any markings on that as if that is from the Cuyahoga County Medical Examiner's office, but they are clearly expecting to have to pull something out that they are going to need some, whether it's privacy, whether it's to make sure any evidence can be preserved and out of the public eye. There is a lot of work being done already to secure this area, as far as to keep it out of the eye and out of the look of not just cameras, but also the public. Let's keep in mind, anything they pull out of here will be evidence, could be used going forward in a trial. And if there are pictures of whatever pulled out of here, it could bias a jury if there ever is a trial in this case. I'm trying to see, that's one of the commanders, one of the Cleveland Police commanders in the area. That is not the chief. We have yet to see perhaps Chief Williams in the area, and I don't quite see him at this time. But again, you're watching live pictures here of a pretty extensive police presence. And again, there's the backside of Universal Oil. That's going to give me a little bit better idea. Not that it particularly matters, but we can show you now exactly where this is happening. That Universal Oil building is, and let's show you on the map, and we'll make sure you don't miss anything. There is the backside of Universal Oil. When we go to this map, and we can see that that search is happening to the north of Universal Oil. There's that building where it's painted on the side, and the searchers are all kind of in this area up here. Let me grab this and get this back up. The searchers are all parked where you see these big gravel pits, but it does make sense that here is the end of Jefferson Avenue. It does look like, at least in this aerial satellite picture, that there are some perhaps concrete barriers. You see those three barriers. I'm not sure if those are still there, if this is an old image, but if you were to dump a vehicle, if you were to dump an SUV, there is potential that you could have gotten through perhaps the trees. Maybe you just go a little north of this. Not sure exactly. Looks like there might even be a break in the fence there, but there is sort of what looks like an old pier or bridge off the end of that. And that's now exactly, here we are live in this area for the search of any evidence for the Keshaun Williams case. Again, we have seen dive teams in the process of getting suited up, and we see the mobile command unit for the Cuyahoga County. Looks like that's, trying to read, it's a county mobile command. I'm not quite sure what the words are. County, it looks like Cuyahoga County Fire Command mobile command vehicle there, and then a pretty cordoned off area. We do have our Aria Janelle is on scene there, so we'll see if we can get her in just a moment, just to sort of give us the lay of the land, as we're able to see quite a bit, but obviously when you're on scene, you'll be able to see a lot more by the eye. And again, pretty major search, been ongoing since early this morning. For those of you who are just joining us, This is on the eastern side, the far eastern side of Tremont. You can see the Cuyahoga River there. Down in the distance, I believe that would be the Interbelt Bridge, or perhaps 77. Actually, it looks like maybe even 490 as it cuts through the Steel Yard area. But a major search in the area. I believe our Aria Janelle is with us now. Aria Danderos with 19 here. I want you to walk through for us. Aria, are you with us?
Hi, Dan.
Aria, good to have you. Thank you for getting to the area there. I want you to walk us through, set the scene for us. Have divers gone in? It looks like they're operating that crane now. What are you seeing there on the ground?
Well, Dan, I got here about maybe 10 minutes ago, and I was at first kind of on that level that you were seeing all of that action happening. And it seemed like everybody was just talking, kind of trying to get a game plan together. Again, a lot of different agencies here. I'm sure you've talked to them about that. Just we're seeing Cuyahoga County Fire Mobile Command Center, Cleveland Police, Cleveland Metro Parks Police, the Fire Department, Water Rescue. That crane is really where everybody's focusing a lot of their attention on. I was talking actually to a couple of people who work in this area, and they told me that they actually were notified about this about a month ago, that this search was going to be happening today. And they were shown some sonar pictures and things like that of what they believe they're looking for in this area. I'm trying to get those pictures so I can hopefully share those with you guys as well. But again, a lot of attention to this area, a lot of different agencies. And right now it just looks like those divers are getting ready to go in, but we haven't seen a lot of action just yet.
Aria, we've been noticing, if you look to the left of that tow truck and its boom, there is a white SUV that they have started to tarp off with a blue tarp. We couldn't quite, from our vantage point, see if we could see any markings on those vehicles, whether it was from the medical examiner's office, but there does seem to be a concerted effort. Look, they understand that the media is there. They see the cameras. It looks like there's a concerted effort or potentially an effort that there may need to be some privacy, or at least the blocking off of if it's evidence or whatever is pulled out of there. What can you see from that vantage point?
So Dan, I'm actually going to walk a little bit closer to these cars because the writing on them is a little small. I'm seeing this says Natural Resources Officer is that truck that you're seeing. The van that's behind that is not marked, seems like just a regular vehicle. And there is that tarp that is on the back of the trunk of that car, and it looks like someone might be sitting in it looking at something. So maybe that's what they're using for their like sonar detection, and they just need to be shaded from the sun so that some of those screens potentially that are in that vehicle is what it looks like. It looks like someone's set up sitting in a chair underneath that tarp.
Okay, very good observation. And again, Aria, that's why it's so valuable to have our staff on the ground there. You're probably exactly right. You're seeing a person sitting in a chair. Those divers will go down with cameras. Let's be honest, the Cuyahoga County River is not the clearest river in the world. So those divers will have to have cameras on, feeding back a live video to the individuals, like Aria said, the ODNR that's in there. Aria, no sense of urgency on the part of what you're seeing. You're in a public area. Are you seeing people gather? Are you seeing anybody that looks like family members? Or does this look pretty stagnant?
I think you'd be right in saying there doesn't seem like an intense sense of urgency here. I have seen people that work in the buildings around us kind of coming out and looking. Again, one of them even told me that they've been planning this for over a month now. So I think they're all just trying to get into place. I do see that crane moving though right now.
It had a diver on a chair.
Yeah.
There was a diver on the chair. I thought those would maybe be straps to pull something out. But we clearly saw a diver being lowered now down into the river. So the question of, is this the first diver to go in? Have there been others in there? And that's probably for safety. I'm not sure that a diver could simply jump off of.
Right.
Is there a drop off there, Aria, that you're able to see from where like the investigators are standing? Is there a drop off into the river?
Yes, it looks like a complete drop off. I will say that this is the first time I've seen that crane move since I've been here for the past 10-15 minutes.
Okay, so we've officially seen.
Trying to get a little bit closer for you.
No, go right ahead. Officially seen our first diver go into the water. You can see on the right-hand side at least 3 others are at least suited up. I don't see any air tanks on them. So sort of an indication that this could take more than one. This could take a while. The fact that one diver has gone in, others seem to be at the ready there on the right-hand side. The question now is, what is that first diver able to send back image-wise? Technology has become such an incredible tool for investigators. He is probably wearing a live camera that is getting images back to, like Aria said, where that blue tarp is on that vehicle to the left side. Seems to be sort of the command center. They're using that tarp perhaps for shade for the individual sitting in a chair using apparatus. And again, Aria, walk us through the vehicles that you see there and the writing on those vehicles to identify really what's going on there.
Yes, so if we get a little bit closer to the truck that you're seeing that has that crane, we have a truck that says a natural resources officer, and then that van where that tarp is, that doesn't have any writing on it, so we're not exactly sure who that vehicle belongs to. Other than that, we're seeing water rescue trucks, Cleveland fire trucks, Cleveland Metro Parks Police, the Cuyahoga County Fire Mobile Command. We've seen a couple of U.S. Marshals out here in unmarked vehicles as well. Really all of the resources in this area that you could think of that could be a part of something, they're all here today.
Thanks for that. And again, as your photographer there, Marty, doing an incredible job zooming in on those in the wait, those other divers that are waiting. Again, the U.S. Marshals have been on this case from the beginning, but there has clearly been a ramp up in the last month or so to increase the reward, to really get this back in the headlines. Aria, I cut you off earlier when we saw that diver being loaded. Walk me through.
Yeah.
Are there people gathered? Are there? It looks like maybe people from the Universal Oil have gathered on a deck there, are kind of watching this, but no public at this point. Correct?
Correct. I haven't seen any of the general public just out here wanting to take a look. Only really people that are working in this area have been out and about, and they've been keeping their distance respectfully as well. I've had a couple people come out, ask if I knew if any of them needed water or anything like that. From what I've gathered from them and what they've told me is that they've known this was going to happen for over a month now. They were told that the U.S. Marshal's Office was trying to get a permit to get this part of the river shut down to do this search. So they said that they had a pretty well indication that that this was going to happen today. So that also kind of gives me what I'm thinking is that this isn't no one's working quickly here today because there is a plan that was in place and they're just making sure that all of those steps are followed so they can get the job done here.
And Aria, I'm going to reset for our viewers that are just joining us. We are live on several platforms here, and you may have just clicked into this. We have confirmed that this search, and it is a major search, let's make no doubt about that. We have seen searches in the past when it comes to the Keshaun Williams case that are just a few officers maybe going through a wooded area or a grassy area, but this is a major search going on live right now, and we know it is connected to the disappearance of Keshaun Williams. Remember, he was at one point the longest in history Amber Alert in the state of Ohio. He had been reported missing back on June 17th of 2023, and the Amber Alert was put on shortly after there. And let's remember there are criteria for Amber Alerts. Can't just be that somebody didn't show up from the night before. And as we see in our live pictures, a second diver now being lowered down into the Cuyahoga River because what we have confirmed is that whatever this search is, whatever they're looking for, it is in direct connection to the Keshaun Williams case. Let's be very clear. They're not searching for simply a body. A body would never be able to, stay underwater for this long unless obviously things had been done to the body. But the current of the Cuyahoga River would have carried a body out towards the lake from this position. So more than likely, this is a search for other types of evidence. We know that there are a couple of different SUVs that have been talked about in this case. That second diver now in the water. They're using that crane as sort of a, you saw there's a little, almost like a swing to get the divers. There's apparently quite a bit of drop off. You see that boat going to help in the area, and it's down a ways, whether it's 5-10 feet off the end of that edge. But instead of having the divers just try and jump in, they're using that as sort of a boom to lower them in. We know that this is connected to the Keshaun Williams case. He has been missing since June of last year, so it's been quite a bit more than a year now. And the search is underway for perhaps some type of evidence in that area. What we do know is that the reward money has been increased even in this last month. A couple of weeks ago, the evidence went from the reward went from just $25,000 to $25,700 and $500. And we're seeing a vehicle now being moved into position, and it is pretty clear that this is being done to block perhaps the view of what's happening here, or into a better position to help with this command. So our view may be obstructed from here on in, but it is understandable. There's a major investigation here. This is involving perhaps the disappearance of a young man, and depending on what gets pulled out of the Cuyahoga River today, or at least identified, could be very sensitive to the family, and we understand that completely. What I want to do now is I'm going to bring in our Sarah Goldenberg. She's an investigator here for Cleveland 19, one of our investigative teams. And Sarah, this is maybe not a surprising turn, at least as far as searches. Searches have been ongoing for quite a while and have really intensified in the last month.
Yeah, that's right, Dan. Searches have been going on, obviously, since the day that Keshaun went missing. U.S. Marshals and Cleveland Police, they've been searching abandoned homes. They've been searching fields. They've been out in all kinds of weather looking for this teenager. So again, this search today, it looks like maybe they received some sort of tip or some sort of information as far as why they're out there today, but we don't know yet what led to this river and why they're searching in this river right now. But let me take you back to kind of the early days and walk you through what happened with Keshaun when he went to that party. We actually sat down for a round table with U.S. Marshals and the Cleveland Police detective who is working the case a little while ago, and so we can walk you through those last moments that he was seen. So on June 17th, he went to this party. It was in Slavic Village, and he was supposedly kicked out of the party. So he walked down the street. He was still with one of his friends. They noticed some males on a porch. They started drinking and smoking. The friend said he wanted to go home. He left. That was the last time that he actually saw Keshaun. He said, "It's getting too late. I want to go home. I don't want to stay." This friend supposedly did not know the people who were on the porch with Keshaun. That's the last time the friend saw Keshaun. And then witnesses later came forward and said that they saw Keshaun in a vehicle. He was tied and beaten in that vehicle, and it drove away. Now, that was later something that investigators talked about. Instead of looking for that vehicle, they are now looking for a dark-colored SUV with 3 to 4 juvenile males in it that were last seen with Keshaun. But this note about his safety, about the possibly violent act, how he was last seen, this is what made it rise to an Amber Alert. I want to read what the detective said when we asked, this is a serious level. When you raise something like this to an Amber Alert, what does that mean? Detective Ryan Corrigan said, yes, if there's a vehicle involved, if there's any sign of a struggle, injuries, being held against his will, that ramps it up to an Amber Alert. So that made this very serious. Again, we're talking about a teenager, a teenage boy who had not been seen, who called his mother every day, who was always in constant contact with. So this became a very big concern. I want to tell you more from his mother. His mother is Sharice Snowden. She tells us that they always talk to each other every day. She knew that he was going to the party that night. He went to church every Sunday. He also went to boxing. His boxing coach has spoken out about him and talked about how he's a dedicated athlete. He never misses practice. So this was very out of character for him to not show up, for him to be missing this long. He was in 10th grade. At the time he went missing, he had good grades, a lot of friends. He was called a bright student. So again, so many concerns when he goes to a party, his friend sees him, he's with people that he doesn't quite know, and then he's gone. No one has seen him since. So a lot of tips, a lot of leads have come in over the past few months. There's also been a lot of misinformation out there on this case, Dan, on social media, which I know has been, sometimes a struggle for investigators because any lead that comes in has to be investigated. So if they've already searched, an abandoned home, they have to go back out there and they have to search that home again because they got a call about it. So it's not to be taken lightly. Of course, they want those calls. They want any tips they can get. But just speculation has not been a good thing for this case. And they're looking for any leads that they can get, anything small that might lead to his whereabouts, Stan.
Yeah, and that's part of the problem in this day and age is social media, and unfortunately, a lot of people who think that they are better detectives than those who are trained, and it unfortunately sends law enforcement in a bunch of different areas for better or for worse. Sarah brought up the Amber Alert that was issued and why it was an Amber Alert. I have the criteria here. There are 5 very specific criteria that have to be met in order to issue an Amber Alert. The first one is that there is a reasonable belief by law enforcement that an abduction has occurred. If you have a picture, or if one of the last pictures of Keshaun was, and I think we're seeing our 4th diver now being taken down into the water. But if you have a picture that shows a beaten up Keshaun in a vehicle, yeah, that is reasonable belief that an abduction has occurred. The next criteria, law enforcement believes that a child is in imminent danger of serious bodily injury or death. Well, yes, it appears he was beaten up. The next criteria, there is enough descriptive information about the victim and the abduction for law enforcement to issue an Amber Alert to assist in the recovery of a child. This is to keep things from being too vague. They had the description of Keshaun, that's easy, 15 years old, and his description. The victim and the abduction, perhaps an SUV, and that's where early on there was some confusion. That picture may not have been able to tell the exterior color of the SUV. The next piece of criteria is that the child is 17 years or younger. Yes, Keshaun's 15. We meet that one. Next, that the child's name and other critical data elements, including the child abduction flag, all the information, all the description has been entered into what they call the National Crime Information Center, NCIC, as law enforcement refers to it. All of those criteria have to be met, and they were met in this case, and that's why it was originally issued as an Amber Alert. There was never really a stop of the Amber Alert, although if you go to the Ohio Amber Alert page right now, it will show that there are no active alerts. So it's kind of one of those gray areas where this case has been hanging out there. He's been missing for more than a year, a year and 2 or 3 months now, and that's where we stand. Again, as we watch this search, I want to play our story from Brittany Weir from earlier this month. We showed this, we've been live for about a half hour now. We showed this very early on, but it shows the urgency still by family. Particularly, we heard from the grandmother of Keshaun in this case, and then also the urgency of the reward money being increased from $25,000 to $27,500. Take a look.
There is people out here who know what happened to Keshaun, and I pray that you come forth and give the information that you have.
Mary Williams, Keshaun's grandmother, begging anyone with information about her grandson to please call police.
I'm not asking you if you have it. I know people have it.
On Wednesday, Cleveland police and U.S. Marshals, who have been investigating this case since June 17th, 2023, announced the 16-year-old was last seen in a dark-colored SUV with 3 to 4 other teenagers.
Early on, there was information that was released that a black Jeep was involved and was a suspect vehicle. That had been vetted and is not accurate.
Police said they do not have a picture of this SUV. However, they believe whoever was in that car knows what happened.
Our hope and goal is anyone that sees this reaches out, calls the numbers provided, and provides any kind of information that will assist us.
On the night he went missing, Keshaun went to a party on Gertrude Avenue in Slavic Village. Police say they are continuing to search that area.
We've checked numerous properties, numerous abandoned properties, different tips that came in, also information that came in the area. We believe still somewhere in the area of Gertrude that has more information that could lead us to what happened.
And again, that was our Brittany Weir at the beginning of the month here when the police held that news conference. They're looking live still at the search area of the Cuyahoga River, the search for something in connection to the Keshaun Williams case. If we have Aria still there, Aria, you were able to speak with, you said perhaps some employees, maybe even at the Universal Oil, where the property they're on, but other individuals. You talked about how they have been shown sonar pictures and really had been told that this search would happen maybe even a month ago. Aria, you still there?
Yes, Dan, I'm still here, and that's exactly right. I was able to speak with a woman who works in this area. I won't say where she works because she asked me not to, but she was told that this search would be happening about a month ago. She was told that they needed to get permits in order to shut part of the river down right here in this location, and she was shown some sonar pictures, and she told me they were looking for 2 cars that were potentially in the river. Again, I have not gotten any of that verified. This is just what she told me.
Yeah, and that's good information, and we're also hearing from sources that there may be actually not 1 but 2 vehicles in there. We're now hearing that from 2 different sources, and we're just going to put that out there. Of course, we need to get that verified, but when you hear it once, that's one thing. When you hear it now from 2 completely different sources, it's very interesting that they may be searching for not 1 but 2 vehicles in that area. Aria brought up a great point that I hadn't even thought about. This is a very busy Cuyahoga River. We know that it is a shipping lane to get out to Lake Erie, and as Aria heard from an individual there near the scene, they had to get permits to shut down the river. You can't exactly have divers underwater and have those massive, huge freighters coming up the Cuyahoga River. So very interesting that you have to get that permit probably from the Ohio Department of Natural Resources, from the state of Ohio, to shut down a major thoroughfare for shipping containers to come through there. Aria, we have now seen what I think is at least 4 divers, and it looks like they may be headed back to get another. As we've been talking, what have you been seeing there on the ground?
A lot of people, I've actually seen a lot more people walk toward that van that we have been talking about with the tarp. I've seen a lot more people sitting down, coming up, just kind of leaning over into that vehicle. I really am thinking there's some type of screen in the back of that van. Again, just seeing a lot of movement with that crane now, and a lot more divers kind of making their way toward that area, but not a lot of movement, nothing coming up out of the water other than those divers. We're not seeing a lot of action when it comes to that.
Yeah, and I'm not sure, and it looks like it's moving again. I'm not sure if another diver is about to be taken down. It's this would be at least the fourth or fifth.
I can tell you in a second.
Go ahead.
Nothing connected. It's actually coming back up. There's nothing connected to the crane anymore.
So there's no seat?
I do see a man, no seat, no connection, just those the metal hooks. Nothing connected to the crane anymore. I am able to see now a man, it looks like he has a headset on that's looking into the water. So I'm not sure if he's able to communicate with those that are under those divers, but the crane is moving toward the water, but there's nothing hooked on it.
Yeah, so this leads me to believe, Aria, that now that they've removed the seat and you saw the 4 hooks on there, if you have 4 divers under the water, each one, you see at least 1 hook, you would be able to have divers in position. This leads me to believe that they are now going to try and connect to whatever is under the water there. We may be seeing somewhere here in the near future something actually coming out of the water. Ari, it's interesting that they moved that command vehicle into that position. From where you stand, does it look like that was deliberate? Does it look like they were doing that to maybe block the view of whatever they pull out of the water?
It's interesting because nothing on the other side of that, there was nothing on the other side of that truck other than those divers kind of just seated there waiting. So I'm guessing if by chance it is a car that they're going to pull out, they are going to want to put it in the most clear path. So that is a good, it's a good thought to have in this moment for sure. But again, we're going to see it, and once it comes out of the water, it's going to be a very prevalent, because we do have a good shot of where that crane just went down at.
And then even from where you're standing, I know you were walking down further, you're able to get a vantage point down past that command vehicle once this, whatever it is, gets pulled up out of the water. Let's keep in mind, there may have already been divers in the water to do an initial search of that vehicle, to go in perhaps with underwater lights, look through windows, look to see if there was anything, and we're trying to hope for the best here. There is still hope that Keshaun is somewhere, and if any city knows that better than anyone else in the country, it is Cleveland, that there is still a chance that Keshaun is alive and perhaps being held somewhere. That is still a possibility. But also a possibility is that whatever is pulled out of there may contain evidence on the inside. Everyone is hoping for the best in this case, but you have to start thinking about reality. There is a reason this SUV had never been found. From the very early stages of this Amber Alert, that was mentioned as the vehicle of interest, and if you dump that vehicle into the Cuyahoga River, you have to question, was anything else dumped with that vehicle? Again, hoping for the best. But again, they're on the other side of that command vehicle that's sort of been moved into kind of a blocking position. There were cones and caution tape set out. And it looked like sort of a landing area for anything that they pulled out. So if you do pull out an SUV, whether there's a body in it or not, there could be evidence in that vehicle. So once they set it on the ground, once the water sort of starts to drain out of it, they need to do at least an initial process right there at the scene before it's put on another tow truck and taken out of there. So Aria, we're starting to see a lot more people gathered sort of quote unquote on the shoreline there as this crane has moved into position and for the first time has lowered what looked like a hook down into the water to perhaps retrieve something. What else are you seeing?
I'm now seeing that command center that was underneath that tarp. No one is in there at all. Like you were saying, everyone has kind of moved to that shoreline there, and everyone's just kind of like pointing at the water in the direction of where that crane is dropped right now, and really just keeping their eyes on the water and also talking to each other. Seems like we're getting closer to whatever they came here for, them getting it.
Yeah, definite. And Aria, you're a seasoned journalist. We've covered, unfortunately, events like this in the past. You can kind of start to put together the pieces here. Okay, the swing that was lowering down those divers, I believe it was 4 divers. The swing was disconnected, and now the hook is going in the water. You don't have to be in law enforcement. You don't have to be a diver to sort of understand the progression of what we're seeing here. And it does appear that at some point, something here in the, as we see that cable moving now, that cable is more than likely underwater, is being used perhaps by the divers underneath to perhaps attach to, and it'll be interesting to see how, if this is an SUV, and again, we have 2 independent sources telling us that there's not 1 but 2 vehicles in the water there. Aria speaking with a woman who works near this scene who said this has been planned for a month, but that they had to get permits to shut down the river. The Cuyahoga River, especially at this point, it is so near the Lake Erie entrance. It can't be but maybe, but there are some twists and turns as the crow flies, as they say. If you were to draw a straight line from here to Lake Erie, can't be but a mile, but that doesn't take into account the twists and turns as you get through Irish Bend and then into the flats and then officially out to the lake. But it does appear that they are moving closer to perhaps pulling something out of there. Aria, for those who are just joining us, the woman that you talked to, that is such interesting information, I want you to sort of reset. You got there on the scene. You're doing incredible work as a reporter there, speaking with people in the area. Walk through that conversation that you had again, that this has been planned for a month.
Yeah, so I was speaking to a woman. She had came out. I think she originally thought that I was with the crews here, and then I told her that I was with 19 News in order to be transparent, and she told me that they were notified, businesses in this area notified that this search would be going on about a month ago. And she said that they were told that they needed permits in order to shut down part of this river, and also asking the people who keep, I'm sure you've seen, as we've shown you guys a scene here, there are mounds of dirt and soil here. They had to get those mounds moved out of the way before this could all happen here today. And she also told me that they were shown sonar pictures of what they were looking for in the river, which leads us to believe there are potentially 2 cars in the river where we are right now. I did ask if she could share those pictures with me, and I just received a text message from her saying that she didn't feel too comfortable doing that.
That's completely understandable. This is part of an investigation. We see this now, crane moving up. This is potentially our first look at whatever they are pulling out of the river here. Let's just take a moment as this moves into position and listen in here. Aria, we're going to let you be our eyes and ears out there as for the first time we're seeing the crane raise, this boom crane raise with perhaps something on there. Walk us through what you see.
Yep, so we're seeing that crane start to lift at this moment. Kind of hard to see what could be at the end of it. We have those 2 vehicles right in my eye line view, but we're seeing a lot of people starting to look toward the crane. They're looking more upward. Oh, There is nothing on the bottom of that hook. He just hooked it back onto the truck.
We did see, it was earlier
so
as you were talking, we saw two individuals carry something large that maybe was in the way. There were two individuals that grabbed onto something that was very dark and very green. Perhaps it was a piece of trash or a piece of something. They did, I wanted to call attention to it, but I didn't want to interrupt you again. But it didn't look overly important, so perhaps that they were pulling up the first part of something to get it out of the way.
That is very much possibility. I think I missed that part. I was looking more at the crane to see if it was going to keep going up. If it was carrying something heavy, I was thinking it might take a little bit longer. So I might have missed that part, Dan. I do see that they are lowering that crane back in as we're speaking right now. So maybe hooking that on to something.
So, Ari, I'm going to reset for our viewers.
I'm seeing
Go ahead.
I was about to say, I see the search boat that we've been also speaking about as well, going more toward that direction. And the guy in the front of the boat does have a large black bag, it looks like. It's a net.
Perhaps a net.
It's a net,
yeah.
And he is spreading the net out right now. And they're kind of in the same general areas where that crane went down and where we saw a lot of those drivers getting dropped, right near that ledge that those divers were let off into. And we're seeing them spread that net out right now.
Yeah, very curious there as we watch. Not exactly sure what that net would be used for. Not sure if maybe perhaps they're going to wrap whatever they're about to pull out of there in that net. If it's a vehicle, not sure why. Not sure what they would use that net for as we get into this. Let's take a look. So what we're going to do now is bring back in our Sarah Goldenberg. Sarah's also working our sources with this. Sarah with our investigative team. Sarah, we've got your mic on here. What are you able to give us here as we look live at perhaps a net being put into the water?
Yeah, Dan, so I'm just kind of looking at who some of those key players are out there today. In the bottom right-hand side of your screen, this is U.S. Deputy Marshal Vinny Piccoli. He is in charge of the Missing Children's Unit with the U.S. Marshals Service. So that's why he is out there today. He is likely leading a lot of this operation. Also on that boat that just pulled up, I saw Detective Kevin Callahan with Cleveland Police. He is one of the, I believe, 5 Cleveland Police missing persons detectives, and he's actually in charge, has a bigger role with Cleveland Police when it comes to their missing persons unit, which of course has been stepped up over the years, especially since the 3 women were abducted and later found. So that's him right there. You can see those 2 men in vests on the left. That's Kevin Callahan right there. So we're just kind of taking a look at who's out there today. Gives us a little bit of background as far as, you know, what they're doing, how they're operating. But as you can see, it's a huge joint effort. So many agencies out there today, all working together. This is looking like local, state, federal authorities all out there. Dan, so a massive undertaking as they search for Keshaun or any evidence they can find in this case.
I'm really curious as to the use of this net. I'm pretty baffled by that. I've seen a lot of search and rescues. I've seen a lot of recoveries in my more than 25 years as a journalist, but this net doesn't appear like it would be strong enough to, you know, perhaps if they were going to put it around all 4 corners of the SUV, it doesn't appear that it would be strong enough to be able to hold something like that. So very curious, unless perhaps, you know, maybe there is other items that are in the way of the vehicles that they're trying to get out of here. You know, again, the Cuyahoga River, unfortunately, not the cleanest river in the world, and anything could have come down and perhaps think about if there was a log or a tire or a barrel or something that may have come down in the past. again, we're talking a year and about 3 or 4 months, 2 or 3 months since Keshaun went missing. There may be other items that they have to get out of the way.
And Dan, it's possible they're looking for smaller items, maybe you know, on the bed of the river here, or that may fall out as they're removing something like a vehicle. Maybe they're going to try to catch some things in the net there. So it's possible that that's what they're looking for as well. You know, evidence can come in all shapes and sizes, and so they just want to be prepared for what they may find here today.
Yeah, and we're going to watch this carry out here.
Looks like BCI is also out there, Dan. I'm seeing a BCI agent.
And that's not out of the ordinary, especially just how high profile this case is. So the fact that we're seeing multiple authorities from different agencies in a case this high profile that at one point started out as an Amber Alert case, we're seeing multiple agencies that they're getting ready with this net. This really has me intrigued. I'm going to pull this banner down just so that we can see what we can here, and what that boat keeps moving into position, backing out, doing some good work there on the Cuyahoga River. And as we wait for that, we'll make sure we don't miss anything. And we do know, and I do want to confirm a couple of different things. Cassie Nist, one of our producers here, doing some great work. The Cuyahoga County Medical Examiner's Office has confirmed that they have not, I want to repeat, have not been called to this scene yet. Now that comes from their office. That tells us a couple of things. That the agencies there on the ground at this point do not yet know if there is a body. If they were pulling out 2 vehicles, they do not appear to know yet that there is a body in one of the vehicles. If they had, they will instantly call the Cuyahoga County Medical Examiner's Office. It will be up to them to come down and get that body and process it. But again, repeating that the Medical Examiner's Office has not been called. That is a good sign so far. And we're just looking for whatever we can to hold out hope for Keshaun. We know this is connected to his case. The fact that the Cuyahoga County Medical Examiner's Office is not on scene is a positive sign. We do know that the BCI, that's the Bureau of Criminal Investigation, their dive team is assisting in this throughout its entirety. That boat now moving a little bit closer into position. Sarah, what I want you to do for those who are just joining us, because we know that some people are clicking into our coverage as that net now is now down in the water. Has been dropped, but again, we're not sure. We'll have to keep an eye on if that net is then connected to the crane to pull that out. As Sarah pointed out, it could be any piece of evidence. It could also be maybe just trying to get some garbage or some debris out of the way. We saw something pulled out earlier. 2 men had to carry it. It was dark. It appeared to be maybe covered in moss. And no one seemed to be too interested in that when it was pulled out. It just looked like kind of a big, heavy piece of debris. Looked like maybe a little bit smaller than a car hood. Couldn't exactly make out what it is, but that was simply the size of this. I want to pull that out. Sarah, you recognize somebody else there?
No, I just wanted to point out that it looked like more people from BCI. I'd only seen that one BCI agent right there. If you see the man to the left in the middle, you can see that's an Attorney General's shirt. So that's also someone with BCI as well.
Not unheard of, Sarah, to have BCI involved in this.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, this is a huge undertaking to do a search like this. So we have multiple authorities out there today, and you know, the cooperation between all of these authorities, local, state, federal, you know, something they do for big cases like this. This has been a high-profile case. You know, for the past year and a half, there have been so many resources thrown towards this case to find Keshaun, because again, his safety and well-being has been questioned from the beginning. There have been a lot of questions as to what happened to him after that party. Is he okay? Is he being held against his will? Certainly didn't seem to be your average runaway case. They seem to have evidence that his life was in danger in some way, Dan.
And I was going to ask you to reset at that point, this is a picture of Keshaun, as you stated. He was very active in boxing. He was a good student, went to church regularly, and yet for him to go missing after a party with adults, that's where the concern came. Sarah, walk us through what we know about the final moments of him being seen, whether it was at the party, whether it was by friends. Walk us through what we know about really the last sighting of Keshaun.
Yeah, so Keshaun was in constant contact with his mom every day. She knew he was going to a party in Slavic Village on that night. He was with a friend. He supposedly got kicked out of this party. He was walking down the street with that friend. They wound up on a porch at a house nearby with several other males. I don't believe this friend knew who these people were, but at one point he said, "Hey, it's getting late. I need to go home," and Keshaun chose to stay, and the friend went home. And that was the last time that he ever saw Keshaun. Now, when this case was put out that he was missing, the tips came pouring in of people who thought that they saw Keshaun, and a witness did say that they believe they saw him being held in a car against his will, and that's what made this rise to the level of an Amber Alert. Obviously, police and authorities taking that tip very seriously. They later said they didn't believe that was the correct vehicle to search for. They believed it was a dark-colored SUV, which is something that they talked about just a few weeks ago. It was a new lead that came in that they called credible, that Keshaun had last been seen in this dark-colored SUV with 3 to 4 other juvenile males, and that is who they were looking for any information from that time. But again, he was last seen at this party. He was supposedly kicked out. He was with a group of other people that his friend did not know. And then after that, he was not seen again. And just very unlike him, to not speak with his mother, with his boxing coach, to go to school. These were all things that were constant in his life, and it's very concerning to everyone involved.
And his family reported him missing on June 17th of 2023. So we're talking quite a bit more than a year now that he has been missing. At one point, he was the state's longest Amber Alert in history. That Amber Alert has not so much been concluded in that he's still missing. He was still a child that was reported in a bad situation. We went through the criteria earlier. Law enforcement has to have some information that this could be that the child has to be in danger. If you have a picture of a teenager who appears to be beaten up in an SUV, that's a pretty good indication that there is harm or potentially death coming to a child, and that's why Amber Alerts can be put out. And you might ask, well, why aren't more Amber Alerts put out? Why aren't they put out for runaways? It is very simple, and I want to preface this. I sit as a board member on the Northeast Ohio Amber Alert Committee. That's why I know quite a bit about this. The explanation from Chief John Majoy, who is the board president for the Northeast Ohio Amber Alert Committee, is you can't cry wolf. And if you have people's cell phones going off every other day because a child ran away or because they didn't show up after school for a couple of hours, people will become desensitized. And they will find a way, first of all, to turn off the alerts. They will disregard alerts. And that is the worst thing that could happen when you have an actual situation where a child could be in danger, where a child is missing. We also have Aria Janelle. Our reporter is live on the scene. Aria, I want to kick it to you. You're our eyes there on the scene. That net went into the water. Walk us through what you've been able to see there on the ground here in the last 5-10 minutes.
Well, in the last 5-10 minutes, we've seen that search boat kind of going back and forth from where we saw it when it dropped off that net. It looks like it's getting repositioned right now. This is actually kind of interesting. It looks like it's coming like facing head on to where this drop off is. Again, everyone in that area of that drop off looking straight down into the water. That the truck crane is down as well, so I'm not sure if they're really getting in position to pull something up right now. The last couple of times we thought this might happen, people have been in other places, kind of still doing other things, but I think this is the first time that I've actually seen everybody's eyes really focused on the water. See a couple of people pointing now.
Yeah, keep walking us through that as that boat gets into position. If you have to walk away from the camera, if you get a better vantage point, feel free to do so.
Yeah. Looks like that boat is turning a little bit off center. Let's see here. Again, looks like everybody is looking right at that water. And that crane hasn't moved just yet, so I'm not sure if it is helping pull anything up at the moment.
Aria,
Gonna walk a little bit closer. As
you look at the line, that cable that's coming down from the truck, does it appear pretty taut? I mean, is it as if it's attached to something, or does it look like it's still dangling? Because from my vantage point, I don't see it swinging, I don't see it moving, so it does appear that perhaps it is attached to something.
Yep, that's exactly what I was just going to say, Dan. It looks very like it's attached to something. It's very tight, very straight. I have not seen it waver at all. Also, it seems like it's a little bit lower than it has been in the past as well. Again, I think this is really a long waiting game that we're seeing here this morning. I mean, I got here around 8:40 this morning. And we've seen a lot of progress since then, and them getting divers into the water and using this crane, but nothing huge has been pulled out of this water. A lot of waiting around, a lot of standing, and now really a lot of focus on what could be in this river.
And Aria, before I cut you loose, because I know you have to get ready for our 11 o'clock, just remind our viewers the conversation you had with the woman who works in the area there. And this is just for some of our viewers who are just tuning in, joining us on different social media platforms.
Of course, yes. So like I said earlier, I just got here around 8:45 and was on the lower level where all the action is happening when I first got here. I was able to speak to someone who works in this area, trying to just get a feel of what was going on and what people might have known. She told me that they were notified of this search about a month ago. She told me that they were told that the U.S. Marshal's Office needed to get permits in order to shut this part of the river down, and also to get some of this sediment and the dirt and things that were right where they needed to be moved out of the way. She was also told me that they were given sonar pictures of what looked like two cars that were in this part of the river. That could be what they are trying to pull out today as well. I did ask her for those pictures, but she said she didn't feel comfortable giving those to me at this time.
Aria, I completely understand that. We're going to cut you loose. We know you have to get ready for our 11 o'clock news. We will watch your report from there live as that happens, but we're going to cut you loose. Aria, for our live coverage, tremendous work. We certainly appreciate it. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Thanks.
So we're going to keep our shot here, and we're going to stay with you. I have just confirmed from a source that the first vehicle is about to come out of the water. That is brand new information. And as we say first, as you heard from Aria, as we've heard from other sources, there is not one, but two vehicles in the water. Are they both connected to Keshaun? Is neither connected to the Keshaun Williams case? We'll have to wait for the authorities to say. It'll be interesting to see what gets pulled out of here. And if you think about it, if somebody has found an area in the past that you can dump a vehicle, and whether they are telling a friend that needs to dump another vehicle or they have to dump a second one, is that perhaps what we're looking at here? But I do have confirmed that we are about to see the first vehicle pulled out of the water. And we're going to stay with that. Sarah Goldenberg here from our investigative team is here. She's been helping us with our coverage. Sarah, what do you want to add here at this point as we wait for, look, and let's be honest, this vehicle may not be connected, even though we're told that this search and that is confirmed is connected, but whatever they pull out of here, not necessarily connected.
Right, that's important to keep in mind, that we don't have it confirmed that anything right now is in that water that they are currently looking at or searching for is related to Keshaun's case. But even as they're pulling out the car, they're going to be looking for other evidence that may be inside or may have fallen into the river, maybe on the bed of the river. They're going to be looking for everything, Dan, and there's going to be a lot of testing going on underway inside of that vehicle, which may be why we're seeing BCI, especially out there, their crime labs in Richfield. They will be ready to go as far as taking a look at every inch of that vehicle and pulling it apart to see if they can find any evidence that would help in Keshaun's case.
And I do want to be clear here. We do know that whatever is happening down here is 100% connected to the Keshaun Williams case. What we're not sure is what is pulled out of here. As you're going to see, our Aria Janelle is going to be moving into position. But while we know this search is, yes, connected to Keshaun Williams, whatever they pull out of here, we're not going to speculate. So what I'm trying to position here is because we know there are two vehicles in the area here in this search area, just because we see one come up doesn't necessarily mean that that is, quote unquote, the vehicle that we are looking for or is the SUV. So we're going to have to be careful not to jump to any conclusions when we see the first vehicle pulled out here. But we do know we are very close to that happening. We have a number of our crews getting set up for our 11 o'clock news. That is on CW 43, where we will have live coverage. I'm going to stay right here. I'm not going anywhere. We're going to continue our live coverage here. We're committed to this. This is a young man and a young man's family who want answers. The hope is, and let's be clear, the true hope is that these vehicles are pulled out and perhaps just give evidence as to where Keshaun may be. And the hope is that Keshaun is alive and that whatever is pulled out could help either find Keshaun or get answers for the family members. Cleveland Missing has been involved in this from the very beginning. And again, folks, you're going to see some erratic movement a little bit from our camera there as they do get set for our news to begin. And in fact, when we do go with our 11 o'clock news, we'll let you watch those live reports from both Aria Janelle and Sarah Goldenberg as they happen in our 11 o'clock news. But we're going to stay right here because this is happening, because this is live, and because it's breaking news. And this is a case that has captured Northeast Ohio. If you ask anyone, oh, have you heard of Keshaun Williams? The answer is going to be yes. I remember that case, or I remember seeing that in the headlines. The 15-year-old young man that's been missing for a year and 2 or 3 months now. As we try and get answers, you see some of the workers there. That is the back of Universal Oil. And how about we do that as our camera has moved positions. I want to show you where this search is happening. We're going to use Google Earth here because it is on the far eastern side of Tremont. If you know Cleveland at all.
It doesn't look like the cable's moving at all.
Yeah, it doesn't.
And we're going to watch as we saw a little. As our photographer pointed out, the cable is not being reeled in at this point, but it's, again, we have confirmation the first vehicle is about to move out. So we've seen that search boat from the Cleveland Police sort of moving back into position. And then it looks like even the driver of the boat Is he trying to take a picture or about to take a picture? Yeah, it looks like he took a picture of what potentially could be pulled out here. And we're about to see the start of our newscast here. And when that happens, we will take you to that, the top of our 11 o'clock news. I believe Brian Duffy is anchoring our coverage today as we continue to watch the live coverage of a major search. We know it is connected to the Keshaun Williams case. Keshaun has been missing since June of 2023, and so we're waiting on anything, and we've gotten confirmation that the first vehicle is about to be pulled from the water. As we start our 11 o'clock news, we're going to let you watch that here as we stream through our platforms. We'll be getting a report from Aria Janelle there. Let's take a listen in.
Everywhere. 19 News starts now with a breaking news alert.
Breaking news now at 11. Good morning, everyone. I'm Brian Duffy. The search for Keshaun Williams has remained a mystery for quite some time. He's been missing for more than a year. Now, maybe a break in this case. Aria Janelle is live for us this morning. Aria, what can you tell us about where you are and what's happening?
Well, Duffy, we are seeing a car getting pulled out of the Cuyahoga River right now. We can't actually tell what type of car this is because they have that net surrounding most of the car, but we can tell. Honestly, it might be a car, it might be an SUV. It looks a little bit larger. I will say it is a dark colored vehicle. It seems like that tarp that is surrounding the vehicle is dark, but it is showing a couple of pieces. We are off of Professor Avenue. We heard that the U.S. Marshal's office would be here doing a search in connection of this case. See the back hatch of that car open as well. We've been waiting to see some movement here for over an hour now, and we're finally getting to see it. Looks like potentially a Jeep now that I'm seeing the front part of the vehicle. And this could be the car that they were looking for in this case we've been hearing about for quite some time. Again, this could be in connection of the Keshaun Williams case that people have been looking for, that teenager, for over a year now. Again, we have been waiting for this moment to see what they were looking for. We've gotten tips from people who work in this area that they may have been looking for two cars that were in this part of the Cuyahoga River. For more than a month, they've been making plans for this search. We hear from neighbors in this area that were told about it ahead of time because they had to get permits to cut off this part of the river and also get a lot of the sediment and debris out of the way so they could post up and do this work. We've seen 4 divers go into the water since we've been here as well. Again, we just saw that car or SUV, dark colored vehicle, get pulled out of the water and it's being set down right now. They did move that Cuyahoga County Fire Mobile Command Center bus that you're seeing. They moved that maybe an hour ago so that we couldn't see what is happening right now. But we're going to keep you guys updated online and on air as we learn more information about the search that's going on here. Back to you guys.
Okay, certainly some dramatic video there as a Jeep is pulled out of the river. 19 Investigates. Sarah Goldenberg has worked this case continuously as she has followed up with family and law enforcement on every possible lead. She's been all over it. Sarah is here now with background on the case and what we know right now. Sarah, that was some incredible video we just watched.
Yeah, Brian, it was, and I want to comment on what appears to be a dark-colored Jeep that they pulled out of the water. Initially, witnesses said that they believed Keshaun was last seen in a dark-colored Jeep. So again, we don't know if this was the Jeep that we're talking about here today. We are still waiting on more information, but I want to point out that tiny detail there. Now, the latest information just a few weeks ago that we had gotten from Cleveland Police and U.S. Marshals, they had told us that they had gotten a credible tip that Keshaun was last seen in a dark color vehicle with 3 to 4 juvenile males inside. So again, it's possible that tip may have led them to this search today, but we're still waiting to learn more. We have covered Keshaun's case extensively, sitting down with investigators on the case, and it first rose to the level of an Amber Alert because it was believed Keshaun was being held against his will. It's now the longest Amber Alert in Ohio history. Keshaun was last seen at a party in Slavic Village. He was kicked out of that party. A friend later saw him on a porch with some juvenile males that he didn't know. That friend told police he left and Keshaun stayed, and that was the last time he saw him. Cleveland police and U.S. Marshals have relentlessly been following every tip that comes in, searching abandoned homes, fields, and neighborhoods, and of course, this river here today. Now, from the beginning, investigators have followed up on every lead, every tip that comes in, and they believe that someone or several people out there know what happened to Keshaun. The reward for any information leading to him was recently increased to $27,500. And of course, you can call Cleveland Police and U.S. Marshals with any leads in Keshaun's case. Sarah Goldenberg, 19 News.
Dan DeRose with 19 News. As we continue our coverage, you're looking back live out at the search site. A couple of divers that have are either prepared to go in. Let's keep in mind we did just see that a tense moment. Let's just put it that way. We did see some sort of dark-colored Jeep come out of the water. A vehicle like that had been mentioned early on in the investigation. As that Jeep came out, I made a couple of observations, and when our Aria Janelle joins us again, I'm going to ask her about this because she's there live. But as I watched that vehicle come out, two observations. The way it was pulled out of the water tells us that it was on its roof in the water. It tells us that it was upside down in the water because they didn't bring it up by the top of the vehicle. They didn't bring it up in that fashion. They brought it up by the tires. The other thing I noticed, and whether this means anything or not, it's just something I noticed, and if we can, I want to work on turning that video of that. Brian, I want to work on turning that video of the actual vehicle coming out because I want to show that again because of these couple of observations. The other thing I noticed is that the front passenger tire was really sort of damaged and kicked in. Again, it may not mean anything. It may have damaged that tire on the flip into the water. It may have damaged once it hit the bottom. But again, Aria Janelle is joining us back at the scene there. Aria, you were there, you saw it coming out. Walk through your observations. Did I see things correctly?
Yeah, I would say you were spot on, Dan. One thing that I was having a little issue being able to determine was how large the vehicle was. But once it got up in the air, I was able to see definitely an SUV type of car. Also, we were wondering what they were doing with that netting earlier, and we were able to see that. It seems like they were trying to wrap the vehicle around, probably try to make sure that we weren't able to see any license plates or really key indicators, or if there was anyone potentially in that vehicle, any evidence in there they didn't want us to see. I did not see the front tire that you saw, but I did see that the hatch was open when they pulled it out of the water as well. I thought that was pretty interesting, and you were right on it that it was upside down when they pulled it out of the water as well. Again, something to also remember here, we were told that there were two vehicles by neighbors in this area that they were potentially looking for, so we could see all of this kind of start all over again in the next few minutes or up to an hour as they try to get that other vehicle out as well.
And Aria, your photographer there, Marty Deschamps, did an incredible job. He was able to zoom in on the front of that Jeep because we saw the logo right there on the front. And in fact, we're getting that video turned right now. I should have it here in the next about 5 seconds. Give me just a short break here. Let's see.
I did also, Dan, want to say that we still have not seen any medical examiners show up in this area during this time.
Right,
as well.
and we do have that confirmed. I'm glad you brought that up. Our Cassie Nist has confirmed that the medical examiner's office has not been called. I want to be very clear, they have not been called. If investigators knew there was a body in that Jeep before they pulled it out, they would have called the medical examiner so that they could be there to carefully and to preserve evidence to get that body out of the vehicle. But the fact that they have not yet been called tells us that so far they were not able to determine that there was a body in the car. But here's the one thing I want to keep people in mind. I've got the video and I'm about to play it. I want you to look in the wheel well of the car, of this Jeep that gets pulled out. There is a pretty good amount of silt. That's the dirt that's on the bottom of the river. There's a pretty good amount right there in the wheel well. But I want you to think, if this car was on its hood and if the windows broke, there could have been any amount of silt that went into that car. So here is the video. I'm going to take a look in. That car could have filled with silt over the last year and a half. There is the front wheel I'm talking about now. Is there damage to that front wheel simply because it's being pulled up? You can see now that the crane and the hook has been placed around that wheel. So probably not super significant, but as Aria pointed out, look, the hatch is open on the back of that. And again, when you start thinking about evidence preservation, if that hatch was open and that vehicle was allowed to sit in the river, and we can't see any plate, but let's be honest, if you're going to dump a vehicle, you're perhaps smart enough, or maybe not, to pull plates off. Of course, you don't need a front license plate in Ohio, but that silt is very telling to me, because that tells me it may be very difficult, A, to find anything inside that vehicle, or B, that anything in that vehicle perhaps could have been buried by silt over the last year and a half, or year and 2 and 3 months. As we look, again, this was video from earlier, right at about the top of 11 o'clock. We saw this Jeep, and it's very clearly a Jeep. And I'm going to bring back in Sarah Goldenberg. Sarah, from what you watched and from what we saw, and again, folks, remember, this is, from what we've been told, the first of 2 vehicles that are in the water. And now we're looking back live, just happens to be the same sort of shot that was in our video. Sarah, as you watched that, what stuck out to you?
Really, it was just a very impactful moment as we recognize that this was what appears to be a Jeep, a dark colored Jeep. In the beginning of the investigation, investigators were looking for a dark colored Jeep. They said at the time that that was the Jeep they believe he was last seen in by a witness, being held against his will. And in recent weeks, just the last few weeks here, they said that that had been ruled out, and instead they were looking for this dark colored SUV. So just a lot of questions, when you see that Jeep being pulled out of the water. Of course, again, we don't know if this Jeep is connected in any way to Keshaun's case or not yet. We don't know if this was the first Jeep they were looking for, or if it was maybe another dark colored SUV. So just a lot of questions, but very interesting when we saw that vehicle was a Jeep. And
Sarah, it certainly would be, I don't know that ironic is the word, but coincidental if we've been told that it is confirmed that the reason they're in this area is for the Keshaun Williams case. As we saw, the boom is lowering another hook. So this is consistent with the fact that there is perhaps 2 vehicles down in the water. As we heard from Aria, Janelle, perhaps let's see what they're pulling up. Oh, perhaps they're pulling out some of the divers. Yes, here comes the first diver. This is how they were getting the divers in and out of the water. We'll have to watch. Are they going to put in a second crew? I'm not a diver, couldn't tell you how much air are in those tanks. I'm sure the water is fairly cold, even though they're wearing wetsuits. Perhaps they are going to change out dive teams, or perhaps they're done. But from what we have been told, and we've heard it from 2 sources now, that there are 2 vehicles in the water. We know this is in connection with Keshaun Williams. And what's interesting from Aria, Janelle, and I'm going to bring Aria back in because she's still live with us. I am just fascinated by Aria doing incredible work there and actually talking to a woman there on the ground who knew this was going to happen for some time. Aria, walk us through that.
Yeah, it was actually interesting that you phrased it the way you did, because she told me that she had been reaching out to people. She had posted on a couple of Reddit threads telling people like, hey, I'm hearing that this potentially could be happening in the next month or so. And she said that no one really was responding to her, giving her, believing her, honestly. And she said that she was given this information from the U.S. Marshal's office because she works in this area. They said they've been planning this search for about a month now because they needed to get some paperwork to be able to shut down this part of the river, to be able to move some of the sediment and the dirt out of the way. She was also told me that she was given
and Aria,
pictures
Aria,
of two vehicles that were...
Aria, we're seeing a diver go back in the water. So we've seen one come out and another go in. So a very clear indication this is not done yet.
Yes, I think if we are correct about there being two vehicles in the water, we could be seeing that same process that we've been watching all morning kind of happen again. Seeing those divers go in, seeing that boat get in position, pulling out that net, and then potentially pulling out another vehicle.
Yeah, we have from two sources, and we'll see if perhaps they're swapping out, and let's see if there's a diver. Nope, there was no diver being pulled out there. So perhaps just a refresher, or perhaps one of the divers that's been down there the longest has just been swapped out. This is tough work. I can't imagine being in the Cuyahoga River under the water, the cold temperatures, the murkiness of the water, and then really just the topic that you're dealing with down there, unsure of what could or couldn't be in these vehicles. We've been live now with you for 2 to 3 hours, bringing you breaking news coverage of a new search in the case of Keshaun Williams. Keshaun was 15 at the time. He would be 16 at the current time. And let's see if they're putting in another diver. It looks like, yes, another diver now headed into the water as they're putting more and more crews in. We have confirmed from two different sources that there are two vehicles under the water in this area. I want to show you where this is. We'll make sure we don't miss anything. They're clearly not about to pull out a second vehicle at this time. So to give people an idea, this is all of Tremont, sort of this square area that you see surrounded by I-90 on the left, and then you have I-490 on the south there. Here's Lincoln Park, if that gives people an idea of where we're at. If you come down through Tremont and really Jefferson Street, Jefferson is a main thoroughfare. And then Jefferson goes really downhill. This map doesn't do it justice. There's a pretty good drop and a pretty good downhill. And Jefferson Avenue comes straight down and literally dead ends into the water. You can see what used to be a bridge, and I've just lost that. We'll try and get that back. There we have some semblance of it back. There is the end of Jefferson Avenue, and it empties right into the river, and the search area is just to the south of that, where you see those mounds of dirt and gravel. That's exactly where they're searching. So one, if not two vehicles being pulled out of this, and it's a pretty good indication that we're going to see a second perhaps vehicle pulled out of there. I want to confirm, as of 10 minutes ago, the medical examiner's office in Cuyahoga County had still not been called to the scene. You don't call the medical examiner until you have a body, and then it is the medical examiner's office responsibility of getting that body out of whatever the situation is. They take pictures as evidence, especially at the scene and where the body is found, and then the body itself has to be preserved so that it can be perhaps any evidence taken from that. But again, we don't know, or we know for a fact that the medical examiner's office has not been called. That gives hope for this situation and for the recovery of Keshaun in some positive way, because if the medical examiner's office had been called, if they were on scene, that would not be a good sign. We have been watching this, and I'm going to take our live bug down now because I want to go back and show the video again of the first vehicle, what is a dark colored Jeep being pulled out of the river. Take a look. And Sarah, as this comes up, what are you noticing? I gave my thoughts. What do you notice?
So this is the first vehicle, right, Dan, that we've seen pulled out
Correct.
of the river. So, you know, we were really watching to see, even though it's covered, if we could tell what kind of vehicle it is, and it appears to be a dark colored Jeep. And so that immediately made me think of the beginning of this investigation. As information and details were trickling out, we were told that they were thinking that Keshaun may have been abducted in a black Jeep with no license plate. So I went back through my notes to double check that. They had said at the time a black Jeep with no license plate. But I want to point out that they later ruled out that that vehicle would be involved in this case. So just a very interesting, you know, thing to point out there. It makes you wonder, you know, what Jeep, again, if this is involved with Keshaun's disappearance, was it the initial Jeep they were looking for, or could it have been another one? Because keep in mind now, they're saying the most credible tip they got just a few weeks ago was they were looking for a dark colored SUV with 3 to 4 juvenile males inside.
And we're now looking live at the scene. We have seen several more divers head in the water. There is Pete Elliott. He is the head of the U.S. Marshals here in town. Sarah, it looks like you're recognizing somebody else.
Yes, so that's U.S. Marshal Pete Elliott, and to his left, that was a U.S. Marshal we had actually seen out of, I believe it was New York City. He was in town for the U.S. Marshals Award service last Friday.
So this continues to be an active scene. The search is clearly not over. We have seen at least 2 more divers be put back in the water. We're now seeing the boat for, I believe that's the Cleveland search and rescue boat, perhaps maybe from the county, but they're moving perhaps back into position. We'll keep an eye on that. Aria, can you tell from your vantage point, are we about to go through the same steps as we saw with the first vehicle?
I would say it's safe to say that they're going through those similar steps they did earlier. I'm seeing less people near the ledge of the river and more of them focused on where they placed that car earlier, about 20 minutes ago. But I am seeing we're going through those same steps. We saw divers getting lowered into the water. We're still seeing that hammock that they were being put in to get into the water. That's still connected to the crane. So maybe they're going to pull a couple more out or put more divers in. That will only be able to tell through time. But I am seeing that rescue boat, Cleveland Fire boat, just arriving. This is a new boat. We haven't seen this one out here just yet. Nothing on the back of it, but I am seeing a man on the side as well. So we'll see throughout time what this boat will play a factor in all of this that's going on.
Yeah, very interesting to see that move into position now. Are they just potentially patrolling the area? You would think you would want as few boats in the area as possible so as not to stir anything up for those divers, but we'll see, like you said, what role perhaps the fire boat plays. Aria, are you able to walk down and see what's happening on the other side of that command vehicle? Are you able to see basically the processing of that Jeep and what they're doing, or can you not get that vantage point?
I am walking actually down there right now. They put that van in the perfect spot, Dan, because I can see anything on right behind it. I would probably have to go down onto that level in order to see that. They positioned that command center very, very well. The only thing that I can see now that you guys probably can't see is a couple of oxygen tanks for those divers and a couple of people just kind of standing around that area, but I can't really see much of anything up here.
Yeah, so
Just people,
Aria,
actually, hold on, Dan. Hold on. Actually, I can see in between the truck that has the pulley that we've been watching all day, I can see the top wheel of the car. It seems like it's still upside down. And I see a man kind of going around taking maybe a picture. Yes. A guy taking a picture. He has on a vest, tan colored uniform. Might be U.S. Marshal's office. I can't see any writing on his arm at this time. But they are taking pictures. It looks like they're looking at the vehicle and it's still upside down.
and Aria, that's great work there that you can catch a glimpse, and they did. Let's be smart. This is still an investigation. Our cameras, and we're not alone there, media all over swarming the area. They know that anything that they pull out of this river could be used in a trial. And there's also a sensitive nature in this, depending on what they find in that SUV. And it could be jarring for anyone, let alone the family, to see what is pulled out of there. We're still live here at the scene just off the Cuyahoga River, actually in the Cuyahoga River, there off of Jefferson Avenue on the east side of Tremont. Jefferson, if you go down the hill and if you don't put your brakes on, you're going to end up in the Cuyahoga River, and that's exactly where this is. Now, Aria said she saw the investigator taking pictures of the Jeep that was pulled out, the first vehicle that was pulled out. That Jeep may or may not have anything to do with this case. Is this the dark colored SUV that investigators have been looking for? Again, folks, I'm going to be very honest with you on what we've heard from investigators on this dark SUV. First, it was a dark SUV, and this is just from investigator standpoint. Then it was a white SUV. Then it was, well, we don't know if it's a dark SUV. And then just this last month, they're saying, oh no, we've vetted the dark SUV and it's not in play here. But then when you see the first vehicle plucked out of the river, and it may not have anything to do with this case, the fact that there are two in there, someone may have found a very convenient place to just start dumping vehicles involved in other crimes. So they need to get these vehicles out. They need to start taking the pictures, like Aria said, just in case this is involved. What can you see of that vehicle? Can you see bullet holes? I think in the video, when we showed the video, the window was all smashed. But yeah, that would stand a reason for a vehicle that was perhaps driven or pushed off the end of this ledge here and put into the water. So that vehicle now needs to be processed. That's why they have moved that command vehicle in the way of the view of the public, because this could end up needing to be used for a trial. And if you're trying to put together a jury, you want to hope that you have preserved as much of the evidence that hasn't been out there in the public.
Yeah. I need to double check.
And our crews, Aria Janelle and Sarah Goldenberg, are going to be doing an update live here on our 11 o'clock news as we hit the bottom of the hour here at 11:30. So what we'll do is when they go to air on channel 43, we will take that report and get the very latest. But we're giving you all the information we have as it comes into the newsroom. Not sure if you understand our scenario here, our setup. I'm actually standing in the newsroom and are able to get information from right in front of me. We've got producers to my left that are getting me some great new information. And the first part of that information, or the very latest, was as of about 11:10. The medical examiner's office had not yet been called to this scene. That is positive news for the family. because if the medical examiner's office hasn't been called, that means that there has not been a body found as of yet. Again, there is still a concentration being paid to that area. We have two sources saying that there is a second vehicle in the area. We've seen more dive team members being put into the water. We've seen at least two more. Now, they could be going in and looking at where that Jeep was pulled up. You want to make sure you search the area. If there was any evidence, and I'm just spitballing, if there was a gun, if there was a book bag, if there was anything that may have fallen out when they picked up that SUV, you need to make sure there is a thorough search done of the area to make sure you're getting all the evidence, everything that could help potentially find Keshaun, because that is the bottom line here. That is the goal. Where is Keshaun Williams? He's been away from his family now for more than a year, and they want answers. The public wants to know where Keshaun is. You have heard Sarah Goldenberg talk about just how loved Keshaun was and is, and his role in his life here in Northeast Ohio. He was a boxer. He loved the sport. He loved sports. He loved the sport of boxing, and that is where we're at in this, and trying to really get answers for the family as we look live. Still at the scene. It is still active. They are clearly not done, even though they have found one vehicle. We have been told there is a second vehicle in the area. Since we have a break here as we wait for our 11:30 reports, what I want to do is show the video again of that. And there we saw an individual in kind of a hazmat suit walking toward the area where the vehicle has been pulled and laid to rest. There is U.S. Marshal Pete Elliott in charge of the Northeast Ohio U.S. Marshal's office. But again, here's the video that was of the vehicle actually being pulled out. The first time we got any indication of what they were looking for and what may or may not be tied to the case. Notice that it is a dark-colored SUV. Once it turns, you'll be able to see that very iconic grille of the Jeep, and in fact, it'll turn even a little more, and you can see the word Jeep on it. But I want you to notice how much silt is in that front wheel hub, the dirt or debris from the bottom. If there's that much silt in the wheel well, and clearly this vehicle looks like it was on its roof in the water, you have to wonder how much silt, and with the back hatch open on that vehicle, did it become filled with silt over the time of it being dumped in the river?
I'll just tell you. I'll say it
Yeah, later.
I'll call this out. I want to play that video.
Is that on? And again, we're going to go live back to the scene here. That was the vehicle being pulled out. A new piece of information here as we wait for our 11 o'clock news to begin. And if you're just joining us, we're watching the search for any evidence involved in the Keshaun Williams case. I've just been handed this by Cassie Nist, one of our producers here. As of 11:30, the medical examiner has still not been called. That is a good sign for the family when it comes to perhaps the discovery of a body. If there had been a body found the medical examiner's office will be called to the scene. Here is, let's take you live to our 11:30 coverage on CW43.
More than a year continues right now in the case of Keshaun Williams. We've seen some dramatic video. Let's send it over to Aria Janelle, who is live at the scene with more. Aria, what can you tell us now?
Our crew has been out here for several hours. We first got here around 8:45, and we've seen so much happen in such a short period of time. Any type of resources that you can think of that we have in this area, they are all here today, including Cuyahoga County Fire. They have a fire department boat out on the water right now. We've seen a couple of divers return back into the water. If you can remember, about a half hour ago, we told you there were about 4 dive teams underwater when we saw them lift a black Jeep out of that car, dark colored Jeep out of the car, and they landed it right on the other side of the mobile command center that you're looking at. So we haven't gotten a really close look at what that Jeep looked like. I want to show you what we do know that vehicle to look like from earlier, about 30 minutes ago, when they pulled it out of the water. You can see in this video that the trunk is open. There's a window that's smashed out of it and a lot of just debris hanging from it. We also see that there's a net covering most of that vehicle. So if there was any license plates or anything to indicate who that vehicle might belong to, that's going to be covered because of that netting. Since then, we've seen the U.S. Marshal show up here today. We've also still have not seen any medical examiner teams out here. We also haven't seen a flatbed truck to come out and get that vehicle. I have been able to see teams taking photos of the vehicle. It is still upside down on the other side of that command unit as well. We are also starting to see more dive teams go into the water. I was told by someone that works in this area that they believe that the U.S. Marshal's office was looking for 2 vehicles that could be in that same area of the river. We also heard from that individual that they've been planning this search for more than a month now because they had to get permits to be able to shut off this part of the river. They also had to get permits and permission to move some of the dirt and sediment out of the way so they could post up here today. Again, a slow process, but we're seeing a lot of things come out of the search that could be connected to that missing teen that's been missing for over a year now.
Okay, Aria, thank you very much. Let's head on over to Sarah Goldenberg now. Sarah Goldenberg has worked extensively on this case. She has worked with law enforcement and the family and has been exhaustively on top of this investigation since it began. Sarah, what can you tell us?
So, Brian, we watched that Jeep get pulled up, and it really took me back to the early days of the investigation when we were told that detectives were looking for a black Jeep with no license plate. I'm going to pull that video up again so you can see the Jeep that was pulled out of the river today.
Yeah,
now, this Jeep initially talked about in the early days of the investigation. It was later ruled out. So again, we can't say right now if this Jeep that we saw has officially been connected to Keshaun, but it has us asking a lot of questions. Now, just a few weeks ago, the latest information from Cleveland Police and U.S. Marshals was they got a credible tip that Keshaun was last seen in a dark color vehicle with 3 to 4 juvenile males. It's possible, but we don't know yet, that that tip may have led them to the search today. Now, we've covered Keshaun's case extensively. We've sat down with investigators on this case. We were initially told that this rose to the level of an Amber Alert, and that is the highest level because Keshaun was being held against his will. He was last seen at a party in Slavic Village. He was kicked out of that party, and his friends and his mother never saw him again. So we will keep you posted as this investigation continues to move forward and as we watch what exactly is pulled from that river. Sarah Goldenberg, 19 News.
And Dan DeRose with you now, back live on our digital coverage. We're going to continue with our coverage here because we do expect that a second vehicle, and we're starting to see the boom move. Not sure if they had just put in another diver, if they're taking another out. They're using that green sling as sort of a bench, a little swing to get the dive teams down into the water. There's a bit of a fall off there on the dock. If you look to the other side of the Cuyahoga River, you can see there's a little bit of a wall on both sides down here in this industrial area. So the divers couldn't necessarily jump right in. It's probably pretty shallow there by the wall. So it's just easier to lower them down and safer to lower them down with that boom. Again, I want to reiterate, we continue to check with the medical examiner's office. It's sort of our tool to find out when an investigation has gone into the next mode. If the medical examiner's office ends up getting called out to a scene, that means that they have potentially found a body, and we don't have that right now. So that gives hope to the family and for this search of 15-year-old Keshaun Williams. I want to play that video again because it is so impactful. And as we show this video of the first vehicle being taken out, again, this happened right at about 11 o'clock. I want you to keep in mind, if you are connected to this case, if this vehicle is in fact connected, I want you to think about the individuals who may have something to do with his disappearance. And if you are connected to that SUV, if you are connected to this case, you better be scared right now. You are probably saying, oh, blank, they found the SUV. And if you do the right thing here, and if you turn yourself in, and if you go forward and you say, hey, this is what I know, and if that vehicle is connected to you in any way, shape, or form, you better be a little bit nervous right about now, because you thought you were smart. You thought you outsmarted all the investigators by dumping a vehicle, and whether this is connected to Keshaun or any other case, and you remember throwing, or you were part of any team that threw a dark-colored Jeep into the river on the east side of Tremont, just off of Jefferson Avenue, you better be a little bit nervous right now because the pieces are starting to come together. Investigators have been working this case extremely hard over the last year and 2 or 3 months because a family deserves it, because Keshaun deserves it. As this shot pulls out, I'm going to switch now back to our live picture here in Tremont. But I can't stress that enough, that if you thought you got away with this, you better think again, and you may want to do something. You know what? Go get yourself a lawyer and turn yourself in, and because the walls are starting to close in. And if you're watching this and you have family that are involved in this, somebody has said, hey, you know, that dark SUV that's no longer around, you know, maybe you need to call police. Maybe you know somebody who drove a dark-colored SUV, a Jeep, back in the summer of, or the spring of 2023, and you finally said to them, hey, what happened to that Jeep? What happened to that Jeep you used to drive? And they simply said, oh, I sold it, or it's gone, or somebody stole it, or I don't know. Yeah, you may want to give police a call right about now, because the walls are closing in. And if you knew something, if a family member knew something, if you were a part of this, it's called complicity. In the state of Ohio, there is what's known as complicity, as complicit. If you were involved in the crime, whether you, let's not even say in the Keshaun Williams case, let's relate this to a bank robbery. If you were involved, let's say you were the getaway driver and you thought, well, I'm safe because I'm just the getaway driver. I sat in the car, I never went into the bank, they all went into the bank and they robbed it. And maybe during the bank robbery things went wrong and they shot and killed somebody. And your defense is, well, I was just the getaway driver. I didn't pull the trigger. Guess what? In the state of Ohio, it does not matter. You are complicit. You were involved in the crime that led to that death. You were involved in the crime that led to the bank robbery. All of you are getting charged with murder, homicide, whatever you want to say. All of you are getting charged because in the state of Ohio, it's called complicity. So right now, the only chance you have, if you were involved in this, if you had a hand in this, if you know what happened to Keshaun Williams, if you were there that night and you know something, you better go work yourself a deal. you better get an attorney. You better go to police and say, look, I didn't have anything to do with this, and I want to cut a deal. I will testify, and the state might cut you a deal. You might be able to keep yourself out of prison for the rest of your life. It is called complicity. Do the right thing. That SUV was just pulled from the water, and if you just got a little bit nervous when you saw that thing come up out of the water, do the right thing. Do it for yourself. Do it for the Keshaun Williams family. This is no longer messing around time. The walls are closing in. If you were in that SUV that night, if you know what happened, you better get an attorney. You better do the right thing because it is getting close. And let's be honest, what led the investigators to this particular area of the river? Somebody may already be talking, and you may want to consider that if you have a hand in this, because it may be too late to cut a deal. Maybe not. Maybe you get an attorney, maybe you go to the state, you go to the police and say, look, I'll tell you everything I know, but I don't want to go to prison for the rest of my life. Maybe it keeps you out. We're continuing our coverage. This is not live. This picture is live. A little bit stagnant here. I believe our photographer taking just a little bit of a break here as we wait for our second vehicle that we have been told is down there potentially to be pulled out of the river. We also know our crews are getting ready for our noon news that'll be on Channel 19. So there's various cutting of video that needs to be done. We completely understand that, but we're going to stay with you through the coverage of this until we see that second vehicle. But as Sarah Goldenberg said earlier, this is connected. Sarah, are you still mic'd up for me? Sarah, I want your reaction again. I know you're also trying to get ready for the noon. But I'm going to play this video. Let's take the live bug down because we don't want people to think that this is live. The video of the SUV being pulled out, what was the first thing that ran through your mind when you saw this?
So my first reaction was it really took me back to the early days of this investigation. When we talked to detectives and U.S. Marshals, they had put out there that they believed Keshaun may have been abducted in a black Jeep with no license plate. And so as you're seeing this dark colored SUV that appears to be a Jeep, being pulled from the river, just have a lot of questions there. Again, we don't know 100% for sure whether this has been confirmed as being related to Keshaun's case, but it makes you wonder because this Jeep had been ruled out after those early days of the investigation, and then the latest information put out over just the last few weeks was that they were looking for a dark colored SUV with 3 to 4 juvenile males last seen in it.
So they kind of got rid of the label Jeep.
Exactly.
They just switched it from a dark Jeep to a dark SUV. And Sarah,
well, and it was detailed because it was a black Jeep with no license plate, and so then it was, we're looking for a dark colored SUV.
And Sarah, I want to go back now looking live. I want you to notice that the blue tarp has been pulled over the back of that vehicle. We think, and from what we've heard from Aria Janelle on the ground there, is that there are some screens, some computer screens in the back of that SUV. That tarp is being used for shade. If you've ever tried to use a computer outside and if you can't get some shade, it's useless. You can't see anything on the screen. What we believe is that vehicle is connected to ODNR and the dive teams that are down there. We see the cable of that crane moving. It's not completely tight as if it's on a vehicle. It does seem to be moving into position, but what that screen is and those computers are is those divers, at least a couple of them, are more than likely wearing a live camera that is able to project back the image of whatever they're looking at down there on the bottom of the river back to the screens in the back of that SUV. Now, are they looking for evidence that may have fallen out of that first SUV that was pulled out? Are they searching the floor? And think about how muddy and silty the bottom of that river has to be. You have to be careful that you don't disturb it too much, but simply pulling out that vehicle is going to create a lot of movement of that dirt and silt. So they may be down there looking for anything that could have fallen out that might be used for evidence. So we're seeing other boats move into position, but now we're seeing that line has gone taut again, which could mean that we could be getting close to something else coming out. So we're going to wait and see this live here, as we saw that cable moving, and now that it's tight, that generally means that it's been moved into position and is now on something that has some substantial weight to it. What I want to show you now is from a post that was put out by Cleveland Police on June 23rd. This was in the very early stages of this investigation. This, folks, what you're looking at is a tweet from Cleveland Police and pictures that they tweeted out in the days after Keshaun went missing. This was the dark SUV. It's very clear. It's a Jeep. You can see it in the upper right. It says Jeep on the back side of it. In fact, I'm going to read you the tweet they put out on the 24th. This was at just after noon. It was 12:04 on June 24th. It says, missing 15-year-old endangered. And then it goes into the description. Keshaun Williams was reported to be missing since 6/17 of 2023 from home, which was in the 5700 block of Fleet Avenue. In that tweet, it says he was reported as missing to law enforcement on 6/20/23. He may or may have been traveling. That's how this is typed out, folks, from the Cleveland Police. He may be or may have been traveling in a black SUV with persons unknown. Call 911 with info. That is what was tweeted out from the Cleveland Police on the 24th. So within the moments of the background's right there. Oh, okay. Jeep video's right there. So we're going to put together a side-by-side, but we also have to put a background on this before we play this. Loop that for me. And the background here. I want to do a side-by-side. Here is the picture that was given to us by Cleveland Police that was tweeted out. And here is the vehicle being pulled out. We are not drawing the conclusion, but we want you to look at these two pieces of what we have been given from the beginning. I especially want to take notice of the rims. The rims are, how many spokes in there? Quite a few spokes, and while there is a clearing area, some of those rims, boy, when you look at the rims, and we're going to have to do a closer look at this, because you can see there is some chrome visible on those rims. Keep in mind, this vehicle could have been at the bottom of the river for more than a year. So now, if those wheels were painted, and you see that some of the spokes are black, but some of them appear to maybe now are showing some, I don't know if that's chrome or metal. And then, so here's what we're going to do. Because that, when we do this in a picture-in-picture here, it gets a little small. And again, we're just giving you what we have. I want to show you the picture of the Jeep again, full. And I'm going to take down our banner here. Notice the spokes and the rims on that SUV. You can kind of count that there's 1, 2, 3, there's multiple. There's probably at least 10, 12 spokes that come off the rims of this original vehicle that they were looking for. Now that we're looking at these spokes, let's play the video again of the vehicle coming out and whether those were painted black, whether those were powder coated. Here is the Jeep as it's coming out. It certainly looks like the same amount of spokes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I could roughly count in the picture 12. I'm roughly looking at this and I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Maybe it's 10. So it's in the realm of possibility. It is definitely in the realm of the possibility, and you can see how, if that was paint, it's been underwater for a year and some odd months. Has the paint worn off? I think we're going to get another zoom in here. Is it corroded from being under the water? Is that seaweed that's making it black, or has the black paint come off of some of the spokes? And that's up for investigators. We're just merely trying to really kind of grasp at straws here, looking live back, and we're really seeing that line is taut again, very, very tight. It's at an angle. So this is what we saw earlier. I believe Aria Janelle, no, she's getting ready for our noon broadcast, so we'll wait and see what happens here. It's been an hour since they brought up the first vehicle. That video will be the flatbed that more than likely takes out that first Jeep. So we will probably get a very brief look once, and in fact, we'll have to see how they decide. They might use the crane again to put the first vehicle on the back of here. Of course, we know that the first vehicle pulled out is still on its top. It is still, and it appears that's how it was in the water. Whether when somebody pushed it in or drove it in or whatever, what have you. And that line is really straight now, like it was when we saw the first vehicle being pulled out. So we're going to keep a really close eye on this. We know many of you have been watching from the beginning. Let's reset if you haven't, if you just joined us. Viewers from all over the country have been watching this because that's how far this story has reached. It is Ohio's longest ever Amber Alert in history because there has been no conclusion. The Amber Alert put out at the end of June in 2023, and because there was no and has been no resolution, it technically is still underway. We do know that this is connected. This entire search we're seeing down here is connected to the case of Keshaun Williams. Want to remind you, as of 11:30, the medical examiner's office had not been called to the scene, and that was a half an hour after that first SUV had been pulled from the water. That would indicate, although we're not sure how much silt, how much dirt had built up in the back of that SUV. We know that the hatch was open. The window, at least one, according to our reporter on the scene, had been broken. So there's any amount of silt that could have filled that vehicle, and they would still have to search for that. But we know as of a half an hour ago that the body of Keshaun Williams had not been found because the medical examiner's office had not been called. What blew over? Oh, okay. That tarp, as we saw there, just that they're using for shade to look at the screen. And we've also seen that they have moved away from really using that screen. They're going to move that and just tape it back up for now. But what I want to do is our crew here has done a side-by-side. And I don't really want to move away from this live picture for just a minute yet because
From Cleveland's
and here we are. We're going to bring you this picture here. This is a side-by-side that our staff has put together of, and let me take down the banner. And we're just simply saying, we're not saying. I guess that's what we're saying. We're not saying, but we're saying. You can see this was a picture put out by Cleveland police very early on in the investigation, saying that he may be or may have been in this SUV, and yet this morning they have pulled out on the right side of your screen a vehicle. And granted, let's be honest, how many Jeeps have those same rims? It's got to be in the thousands and thousands. So is this vehicle, when the Cleveland police put out very early on saying that Keshaun may have been in this vehicle at some point and they need information on it, did somebody panic and throw it in the river? Was that enough for somebody to say, I got to get rid of this thing, and took it down through Tremont and got into that Jefferson area, Jefferson Avenue area, and we're looking at that cable. When we zoom in tight on that cable, we can tell if it's moving or not. And so that cable is tight, but it's not quite moving. We've seen, there's our Aria Janelle. She is getting set for her report. And again, here's kind of a side-by-side of the video as it was happening and as that Jeep was being pulled out. We're giving you everything we have here, folks. We're giving you what we were told at the time of the disappearance of Keshaun, the pictures we were given by police at the time, and now we're showing you the video of the Jeep pulled out. Let's get you to the top of our noon broadcast.
With a breaking news alert.
Huge breaking developments, a massive search operation underway in the Cuyahoga River as we speak. This is regarding the case of Keshaun Williams, the Cleveland teen missing since June of 2023. And in just the last hour, we saw this, a vehicle being pulled out of the water. Now, that vehicle matches the description of the vehicle Keshaun was last seen inside. Thanks for joining us now at noon. We have a lot to get to. I'm Nicole Versansky. Aria Janelle live along the Cuyahoga River in Tremont, where this search is happening. Aria, what do you know right now?
Well, Nikki, we've seen a lot of changes this morning since first getting out here at 8:45. The most recent developments is we've seen 2 flatbed tow trucks appear here on scene. We do know that we have that one Jeep, black dark Jeep, that they pulled from the water, and we're expecting them to load that vehicle up onto one of these tow trucks. Now, one thing that I have heard from people who work in this area is that they believe there were 2 vehicles that were in the river in the same area that may have been connected to this. So we're expecting another vehicle to be pulled out of the water any moment now, honestly, and put on that second tow truck bed that we see here as well. One thing to note is that we have seen a couple more divers go into the water since we last spoke to you guys about 30 minutes ago. So that's about 4 divers that are currently in the water. And we're going through that same process that we saw earlier before they pulled that vehicle that you're seeing on your screen right now out. They put those divers into the water. They moved a rescue boat into position, put a net down, and then brought that vehicle up from the water. So they're going through those phases and those steps again. So we're expecting to see another vehicle come out any moment now as well. Something also to keep in mind that the medical examiner has not been called to this area. We have not seen them on scene here today. We have seen the U.S. Marshal P. Elliott come out here today. We've seen them taking pictures of that vehicle that came out of the water. And like you mentioned earlier, Nikki, that does meet the description of a vehicle that police and investigators told us about when Keshaun first went missing over a year ago now. Now, we are being super protective of the family and things right now because we don't know what's going to come out of the water. We're just speculating when we think of another vehicle coming out. So as we learn more information, we're going to keep you guys updated. But for now, last thing, just want to repeat, there are 2 tow bed trucks here. One of them we're expecting to take away that black Jeep that has already been pulled out, and there are currently still divers in the water that could be helping bring out another truck. We're going to send it back to you, Nikki.
Aria, Janelle, thank you for that breaking update. Our breaking news team coverage continues now at noon. 19 investigates Sarah Goldenberg. She has worked this case continuously since the beginning, following up with family, law enforcement on every possible lead. She's joining us now live in the newsroom with a little bit more background here and what we know about this investigation right now, Sarah.
And Nikki, as you mentioned earlier, we had watched that Jeep getting pulled out of the river, and it really took me back to the early days of the investigation when we were told detectives were looking for a black Jeep with no license plate. That Jeep was later ruled out. Now, we can't say right now if this Jeep we saw has officially been connected to Keshaun yet, but it has us asking a lot of questions. Now, just a few weeks ago, the latest information from Cleveland Police and U.S. Marshals was they got a credible tip that Keshaun was last seen in a dark-colored vehicle with 3 to 4 juvenile males. It's possible that tip may have led them to this search today, but again, we're still waiting to learn more. Now, this case rose to the level of an Amber Alert because it was believed Keshaun was being held against his will. He was last seen at a party in Slavic Village. He was kicked out of that party. A friend later saw Keshaun on a porch with some males he didn't know. That friend left, Keshaun stayed, and that was the last time he saw him. Cleveland Police and U.S. Marshals have relentlessly been following information leading to him was recently increased to $27,500. You can call Cleveland Police or U.S. Marshals with any information, and we will continue to follow the breaking details in this case. Sarah Goldenberg, 19 News.
And as Sarah and our noon broadcast continues, we're going to stay with this live. We've been live now for more than 3 hours, giving you insight into the Keshaun Williams case. We are still waiting, and the reason our photographer keeps zooming into those cables is when you get in that tight, if you see the cables moving, that means it's obviously pulling something up. It's very tight at this point, clearly it's connected to something of substantial weight, and we will wait and see to see a second vehicle that we have confirmed. And again, this is when we see a lot of individuals, a lot of investigators, first responders now standing at the side of the river. It's a pretty clear indication that something's about to come up. They all want to have their eyes on it. As in the first case, the vehicle was on its top. So what they did was wrap sort of a net around it because you don't know what might fall out of that vehicle or fall off of that vehicle when you pull it up, and could that be useful in a case? They've got to be very careful. They've also got to search the bottom of the river once an item as big as an SUV is pulled out of there, because anything could have been underneath it. If you were a criminal trying to get rid of something and you threw items into the river and then you dumped the SUV on top of it, there could be anything under there. So they have to continue to search the bed of the river for any evidence that could be down there. That gentleman with the headset on, clearly in communication with the divers that are under the water. We have seen anywhere from 4 to maybe even 6 divers go into the river and are down there. They're helping with not only the orientation of what's down there, but also the connection of the cables. We saw that the cables had to be connected in a very specific way on the first SUV that was pulled out of there, had to be wrapped around the tires on each side. And then think about a vehicle and the weight it has, not only just by itself, but now it's full of water when it's pulled out of there. So it's got to be done in a very orchestrated way. You don't want this to go wrong in any way, shape, or form that could perhaps ruin or jeopardize some evidence. But again, I want to reiterate, as of 11:30, the Cuyahoga County Medical Examiner's Office had not been called. That means they had not found a body at this point. This could be merely about finding vehicles that may or may not have been involved in this. Clearly, someone has found that this is a spot that you can dump vehicles into the river because you have 2 of them. And the question is, what are those vehicles? What are they connected to? And are they both connected to one case? or is this somebody who found a spot to where they could dump vehicles used in crimes, whether they were stolen or not? And that'll be the big question once they start searching the VIN numbers on the vehicles that are pulled out. Were these vehicles stolen? Did this vehicle belong to someone? That VIN number will be very, very beneficial now that they have it out of the water as a piece of evidence. Vehicle identification number, the VIN number, you can run that through systems, find out who it belongs to, if it was stolen. It'll be in the records, it'll be in the system, whether it was stolen from Ohio or stolen from another state, it'll all be there. We're still watching live now as crews are hyper-focused on this particular area of the river. What we have heard from two different sources, that there was not just one but two vehicles in that area. We heard from our Aria Janelle, who was talking to workers there on the scene, who said that this has been in the works for a month. And we heard Aria say that they have to get permission to stop all traffic on the Cuyahoga River. That is probably a pretty big feat in and of itself. It is a major thoroughfare for barges and for freighters to come through that area. Anybody who's spent any time on or near the river or in the flats has definitely seen wait an hour and maybe an hour or 2 hours, you're bound to see one of these freighters come through. So to stop all commercial traffic on the Cuyahoga River is a feat in and of itself. So not sure if that process takes a month or if investigators didn't believe that this would be super beneficial in the location of Keshaun, if he's being held somewhere. Those are all questions that we'll have to ask when we get a chance to talk to authorities. And in fact, I'm going to bring Aria Janelle back in, our reporter who's been on the scene for us all morning. Aria, as you continue to watch, this certainly has all indications that they're very close to bringing up a second item, whether it's a vehicle or not.
That's right, Dan. We've seen a lot of similar steps being taken that we saw before that first car was lifted out of the water. We're seeing a lot more people draw their attention to the water again. And again, like you've been saying as well, that tension that we're seeing in that pulley, it's not moving at all, which makes us think that it is hooked onto something. I also not sure if you've mentioned it recently, but we do see these two flatbed tow trucks here as well, indicating that that Jeep that we saw earlier getting pulled out is probably going to be transported here in a little bit. And then there is that second flatbed truck as well, which is giving us an indication that another car is what they're looking for. I heard you say a little bit ago about me speaking with a woman that works in this area. I just want to repeat some of the things that she told me. She told me that she did see sonar pictures of two cars in the area that we're looking at right now. She also told me that they've been planning this for over a month now, this search, getting permission to cut off this part of the river so that there's no traffic coming through here. They also asked the company who has been keeping their sediment and their sorry, I just heard a little bit of a beep from one of the boats out there, looking to see if anything is happening. Might have been an accident. I don't see a lot of movement happening right now. So they had to move all of the debris and everything out of the way so they could set up their command centers here as well. So a lot of effort has been put in before today and all the things that we've seen so far. A question that we're having is this other car that's in the water connected to this case? We're not sure. We're not sure even if this is the Jeep that they've been looking for as well that we've seen come out of the water here today. So a lot of questions that still need to be answered, but we are still waiting to see a little bit more movement out here because we know it's coming.
Aria, you and your crew, I believe it's Marty DeShant, that are out there doing absolutely some incredible work. And this is one of those scenes where it is a watch and wait type situation, wait and watch type situation, and you don't want to miss it, and what it could mean to this case. And so I do want to play the side-by-side again, but I'm going to keep an eye on this live picture to make sure we don't miss anything. Here is what our staff has put together. This is a side-by-side comparison of the vehicle that we were told very early on, within the first week of the case. This is the dark-colored, it's clearly a Jeep, the dark-colored Jeep that police said that Keshaun may have been in or may be in, that may have had him. And the real indicator that we're looking at here is the wheels. And but granted, there could be thousands of dark-colored Jeeps out there that have these same wheels, and it's just merely a comparison, because here is then again video. This is from right at about 11 o'clock. This is the first vehicle. Don't make a mistake. This is not live. This is the first vehicle pulled out of the river, and it certainly appears to have the same type of wheels as that first SUV. So you have to question, okay, someone knew that this vehicle was involved, or could have known, and said, oh, blank, the police are on to me. They've already got the picture of my vehicle out there in the news. I better get rid of this SUV. And in fact, I'm going to show you even a bigger pullout of the vehicles that were in question, given to us by the Cleveland police. I believe this was on the 24th, so it was exactly a week after that he had been reported missing, that they gave us those pictures of an SUV that certainly seemed to be close to the first vehicle just pulled out. And as I said, if you were involved in this and you suddenly saw your black Jeep connected to the disappearance, if you had nothing to do with it, why was it at the bottom of the Cuyahoga River for the past year? So that remains to be seen, and that'll be a question that investigators have to ask and get answers to. And again, the major part of that SUV being pulled out is the VIN number. Let's find out who it belonged to. Was it stolen? Was it purchased? Was it registered to someone? And that'll be a major piece of this. And let's remember that your VIN number is not just that little metal plate that's kind of underneath the glass on your driver's side, on your dash. There's a little metal plate that's stamped into your car. It's not only on the side panel. If you open your driver's door, there's usually a sticker on the side panel. Your VIN number is there, and yet it is even, and we are getting a second vehicle now. Here is the second vehicle happening live, and it too is a Grand Cherokee. It too is a dark black, what is a Jeep. So now we have not one, but two, and look at the amount of silt. As I was talking earlier, look at how compacted that entire car, because it's been at the bottom of the river for potentially a year, maybe longer. Was this vehicle involved or not? It is completely filled with silt. Now think about, from an investigator standpoint, what they have to go through to get any evidence or what could potentially be in that car. But again, we see a net on the bottom of this trying to catch any evidence that may or may not fall out of this vehicle. But this Jeep is completely compacted with silt. Again, you're watching live as a second vehicle has now been pulled from the Cuyahoga River. It too has those same spoke wheels. These seem to be spaced out a little bit more than the vehicle. We've seen that it's a Grand Cherokee, but we're talking about the wheels. The spokes on this one seem to be spaced out a little bit more than the picture, and we'll do our side-by-side comparison again. But it is definitely a dark-colored Jeep Grand Cherokee. There is no doubt about that. The first vehicle that was pulled up, the net was around it, so we couldn't see the model of the Jeep. But again, I'm looking at the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, the spokes look to be pretty similar. to the first car that was pulled up. So what we're going to have to do, and I'm going to bring in Aria Janelle. Aria, you've been listening. I think I'm making the same observations that you're seeing there. Am I missing anything that you're right there that you're seeing this come out?
I think only the biggest thing that me and my photographer Marty have been talking about is that this vehicle is larger than the last one that we saw come out. So it's definitely the first vehicle was definitely a Jeep, but it might be a smaller version like a Jeep Compass instead of this one, which is definitely the Jeep Cherokee that we could Grand Cherokee. We can clearly see that on the side of the vehicle. They're dropping it right now, right next to that first one that they brought out now about an hour later. A lot of dirt and sediment into that vehicle that we just saw get pulled out. A lot more than the first one, I can say that for sure. Yeah, all of the observations that you're seeing, I'm seeing a couple of those boats start to move over. I'm guessing trying to get those divers out of the water now. So two vehicles pulled out of the water here in a matter of a couple of hours. And we have those two flatbed tow trucks are going to be taking these away after they get pictures of this second one like they did the first one.
Yeah, Aria, you're right. You're seeing spot on what was just in what took me and Aria. That we didn't get a real good look at the first one. They had the net wrapped around it a lot better than they did this time around. I was really taken aback. I could see the amount of sediment that was in the wheel well of the first Jeep taken out, but wow, that was a lot of silt and mud compacted into the middle of that Jeep. That was really, really shocking.
It makes you think, has that one been there longer than the first one? Are these connected to this case, or is one of them connected to something else that previously happened? A neighbor told me this is, for years, for decades, she said, this has been a prime spot for people to dump cars in this part of the river.
Yeah, and was it the work of sonar and was it the work of dive teams that, well, they went in there and they found two dark-colored Jeeps in the same area and pulled them out. Ari, you were talking about the different sizes of the two vehicles, and I'm sure somebody out there is a Jeep expert, but this one was clearly a Jeep Grand Cherokee. And I believe that the Jeep Grand Cherokees are a little bit bigger than just a regular Jeep Cherokee. Or, as you pointed out, there's the Jeep Compass.
Yeah.
The Jeep Compass is quite a bit smaller than the Cherokees. So somebody that's a Jeep expert would have been able to look at that and say, oh, that one was this. But, you know, we talked about the amount of dirt and silt. It was completely filled in that second vehicle, and you bring up a very good point. It could have been in there longer, but we didn't get a real good look. And I want to play the video of the first Jeep that was taken out. We didn't get a good look at the windows because they did such a good job of putting that net. And again, this isn't live. This is the first Jeep, and this is where it's going to get confusing for people. But notice the net in this one. We got no view inside that Jeep, so we're not sure if that one was filled or not. We do see the wheel well, and the wheel well has a ton of silt and mud in the wheel wells, so that leads you to believe that's the one indicator that was the same on both, was the wheel well. And we'll get that second Jeep video turned around so we can take a look at that. Aria, it will be interesting to see, as you pointed out, the two flatbed trucks. A lot of times, and unfortunately I've seen this a lot, when they put SUVs or cars that are evidence in cases like this, when they put them on that flatbed, they will tarp it so that when it leaves, you can't get any good look at it. But this may remain an active scene. The question will be, are investigators going to try and dig out all that silt right there at the scene? Is that something you do in a controlled area like a garage, where maybe you can slowly dig out some of it at a time? It'll be interesting to see how long they take processing these vehicles.
There's got to be so much that they want to double check and make sure they do before they load these vehicles up and take them wherever they're going to take them for further looks at for this investigation. I know that first truck that we saw come out, that Jeep, it's been sitting here for over an hour now, and they've been going through it, taking pictures and things like that I've been able to see a little bit further down when I walk down. So I'm guessing they're going to probably do that similar process with the second Jeep that they've pulled out of the water. And then hopefully from there, maybe we'll get a better look at these vehicles as they're loading them up, because they're both upside down. So I'm not sure if they're going to be able to transport them that way, or they're going to have to try to flip them over to get them back on those trucks. That's going to be something that we'll have to keep an eye on as well.
And another indication there, Aria, we've just seen sort of a little mini wagon full of gear. This is clearly over. What's happening in the water has concluded. They're pulling gear away from this. That's what we had been told, is that there were 2 vehicles in the water. They have pulled now both of those vehicles. We will work on getting the video turned around of that second vehicle, just so that we can see the difference in both of those. But as far as the operation on the river, I think we've even maybe seen at least one of the boats. The fire boat is no longer there. The other boat's still maybe in the area, but this is clearly winding down, correct, as far as what's happening in the water?
I would say so, yes. I would definitely say that. We're starting to see them kind of park a little bit closer to that ledge where we saw those divers first going in. The only thing that I'm looking for is starting to see those divers come out of the water, and they might be coming up on the other side of this mobile command unit, so I'm not able to see that part, but that would definitely be my indication that, okay, we're wrapping it up.
Yeah, I think you're right there. I would bet that the divers have maybe when they went to pull that second vehicle out, you don't want your divers underneath it for safety reasons. So if the divers were to move a little bit down out of position, like you said, behind that command vehicle, you would see that. I could definitely see where they will be getting out of the water there. So we may not actually see that. So here we go. We have both videos now. And Aria, I'm going to cut away from you for just the time being, because we want to look at these 2 videos. Okay. I'm going to have you stay right there for us in case anything else happens. But what I want to do now is play for you the 2 videos, the 2 different Jeeps that have been pulled out of the Cuyahoga River within about an hour and 10 minutes of each other. The first Jeep came out at 11 o'clock. And so I want to be very clear, and I'm going to take down my live bug because I don't want anyone to think that the video I'm showing is live. This is video of the 2 Jeeps that have been pulled out. Here is Jeep number 1. And as was pointed out, try and take notice of the different size of Jeep. Is this, and unfortunately we don't get a lot of details because they really did do a good job of wrapping the net around it. That net is so that it can catch any debris, any evidence that might fall out of a sunroof, out of a window. The hatch is open. So there is the first Jeep that's pulled out. Notice the amount of silt and mud in the wheel well. That is going to match kind of the mud and silt in the second one when we see that. But again, we don't get to see in the windows of this one. We don't get to see the make, the model on the side like we do the second one. So it's completely covered. We can see the Jeep front end. You can even see the Jeep logo on the hood of that one. And then the wheels are the same as the second is what we're looking at. So that was the very first one pulled out at just about 11 o'clock. Now let's go to the second one pulled out at just about noon, about an hour later, a little more than an hour later. Here comes the second one. And you're going to notice very quickly that this is also a black Jeep Cherokee. This is going to be a Grand Cherokee. We don't know what the first one was because we can't see the model, but it is clearly a Grand Cherokee. Now notice the amount of silt in this wheel well. Quite a bit, maybe about the same. Look at the silver on the mirror. That's an indicator. The chrome mirrors. And look at the amount of dirt inside that vehicle. We didn't get that look because of the netting on the first one. This second one is filled. How long does a vehicle have to be under the water to get that filled? And that is just going to be an absolute effort for investigators. There's kind of a weird vent panel on the top of that, just above that last back wheel cover. There was a weird there were some slats right above, but notice again the chrome on the handles, the chrome on the back lights of that vehicle. There was chrome just above the tail lights in that vehicle. We'll see if they show that. If we get, again, this was video of the site right there, that little like vent thing. It's about a foot behind the chrome door handle, and it's between. Is that the gas lid?
The cover's gone.
So it looks like maybe the gas lid, and so that is on the. That's on the driver's side. So now that we've looked at both of those videos, what I want to do now is look at the pictures that were given to us by the Cleveland Police Department within the first week that Keshaun went missing. I don't see chrome on the tail light. Let's loop that. I want to look again. I was trying to look really close. I'm not sure if maybe that's chrome on the bottom of the tail light. Perhaps that is, but you do see the chrome on the handles. You see the chrome all the way down the side of the windows. And it does maybe have the chrome mirror, but look at the picture in the upper right. That's the reverse. I don't want to get that confused with chrome. We'll take a look at that. But this was the picture that was put out on the 24th by Cleveland Police. And we're getting, this is live now. They have turned this one right side up. You're looking live now at this second Jeep that was just pulled out.
It's got the same top, same spoiler. Upper spoiler is the same.
So we're seeing a spoiler is what we're pointing out. We see the luggage rack. Not all Jeeps come with luggage racks. This one's, does that luggage rack go across, or is that maybe the, is that the sunroof? Yeah, that's a luggage rack that goes completely across. You can see a spoiler. And again, folks, we're just trying to pin down what we're looking at. You do see the chrome on the bottom side. Doesn't appear that there's a license plate on this one. And that does look like some big piece of, yeah, like a spoiler. Or is that just the rest of the hatch? Again, we're looking at live pictures here at the second vehicle. I think they managed to turn this one upright somehow, perhaps connected other cables there. Those purple cables look new, that maybe they turned this one upright and want to be able to put flat. But again, the big thing to notice is a big piece of luggage rack on the front. I don't see a second luggage rack on the back. You generally have two. And I'm only seeing one there. And as we look, it looks like that's flat. If that Jeep comes back into picture, we'll take you live. But here is the vehicle that we were told originally that police were looking for, and I don't see that luggage rack bar across on this one. But tough to tell here. You do see the spoiler in the upper right, a pretty substantial spoiler. That almost looks like a temp tag. In the picture in the upper right, almost looks like there's a temp tag. So this one wouldn't have had license plates because it had. Oh, look at the lower right though. It does appear to say Grand Cherokee. There is definitely some writing underneath the chrome door handle on the passenger side, consistent with the Grand Cherokee that we saw pulled out in the second video. So we're really sort of, at this point, we're just sort of playing detective live here as we see these different pictures come out. We're just trying to help navigate what we've learned and what we've seen today. Here is again the first Jeep pulled from the Cuyahoga River. The problem is the netting held in place and we're not able to see a make and model. Well, we know it's a Jeep and we know it's we know the make, but we don't know the model on this one. We don't get to see if there's any chrome and we don't get to see if there's a luggage rack or a spoiler like we did in the first one. And now it looks like they might be, and you know what, we also have to be careful here. That vehicle that we just saw upright, I wonder if that was the first, and they wanted it upright, and so they did some work. Yeah, so unfortunately, because we're blocked by that mobile command, and unfortunately because we're dealing with two black Jeep SUVs, we're not able to really get a kind of a handle on what is what now. So without doing a ton of speculating, I do want to go back to what I said, which is hope for the family in all of this. That they are still hoping that Keshaun Williams is alive, being held somewhere against his will, and that is the important part here. And as we look at the two different Jeeps that are pulled out of there, I want to go back to the point I made that if you were involved in this in any way, shape, or form, and you just saw that video, and I'm going to play the second Jeep that was pulled out of the water, if you are in any way associated with the disappearance of Keshaun and you're seeing these SUVs come up out of the water, you're probably a bit nervous today because you'd probably hope that they would never find these. We put them in the river and look how smart we are. It's been a year and 2 or 3 months and they never found them. Well, guess what? They have found them, they have pulled them out, and they are going to start doing the research and the investigation into these vehicles to get any evidence that they can about how these could or could not have been involved. And I made the point that if you are somehow involved in this, you need to do the right thing. You need to realize that the walls are closing in on you and that at any moment you could hear a knock at your door, and it could be the U.S. Marshal's Office, the Violent Fugitive Task Force, could be knocking at your door, taking you in. Maybe they don't even knock. Maybe they bust through that door, now putting your family through all of that. I want you to consider that, and perhaps it is time to do the right thing. Go ahead and get a lawyer, but go in and talk to police and let them know what role you played in this, even if it was a minor role, and you might help yourself out in the long run, in the legal process, because this is going to play out. Investigators are clearly getting close, and this is your opportunity to, quote unquote, cut yourself a deal, if that is at all possible after a year and 2 or 3 months. But I'm going to make that point again. The walls are closing in, and you need to realize that it is getting closer. That was the second SUV taken out of the water. And I'm going to show you the first SUV. Yes, they look very similar. The videos look very similar because these are both dark colored Jeeps. One we do know is a Grand Cherokee. The second one, we're not sure. This is the one that we can't tell. This was the vehicle that was pulled out first. You can see the protective netting that they put in place to try and catch any evidence that might fall out. That they did a very good job of wrapping this one, and we can't tell the model. We're going to see our photographer zoom in here in a second. This was the vehicle that was taken out at just about 11 o'clock. You're going to see it zoom in on the front of it, and you'll see the logo Jeep, and you'll see the very quintessential grille for the Jeep. There it is. and then on the hood, the writing of Jeep. So we're going to give you a live look back at the scene. It is calming down. The first flatbed has moved in position. It even has its truck bed sort of pulled up. I would expect that at some point he will back in. They will put probably the SUV that they just turned upside down. So I think that is what's happened. Is the first SUV that was processed, they took initial pictures. What will happen is investigators will take pictures of the vehicle just after it was pulled out of the river. They will do a brief check of the vehicle, but as you saw, once they turned it right side up, it was filled with silt, just too much mud and debris from the bottom of the river. So they will take the initial pictures, and then they will take this back to a secure area, a garage, a police garage, and they will start going through this very meticulously. They will have to get all of that debris removed, and they'll have to see what they can find inside that vehicle. So you will see the flatbed reverse. They will put that, the first one that was turned upright, which tells me here in a minute, we will see them, or here in the next, here in the very near future, we will see them turn the second SUV right side up. They clearly want these to travel right side up back to police garages. That's why we saw the first one had been, they placed those purple straps on it. They used the same truck to get it right side up. And then that's how they will load it on the flatbed. It will more than likely be covered in a tarp, a massive tarp, so that nothing gets lost or seen on the way to the police garage. And then we will see the process again of them flipping the second Jeep Grand Cherokee. They will flip that one right side up and get the second flatbed into position to remove that and take it to a garage. So after covering numerous trials where vehicles are found in different scenarios, they take the initial pictures right there at the scene just to have a basis so that if and when this goes to trial, if a trial is necessary, they will show this is the condition of the SUV as it was pulled out. Once we set it on the ground, these are the pictures that we took. Here's what we could see just from it setting on the ground. You may not be able to see anything. You might be able to see bullet holes. You might be able to see windows smashed out. That would all be presented to a jury, and then they will load it, and then there will be a whole second set of hundreds of photos. Once they get it back, every time they open a door, they will take multiple pictures. What can they see when they open the door? Is it just full of mud, or do you start to see evidence when they open the doors of the vehicles? They'll do it for each one of the doors. Then they'll start to remove meticulously the silt and the mud that's inside that Jeep, either one of them. And as they're carefully removing it, they will be searching it. There could be a bullet casing. There could be a Gatorade bottle with DNA on it. There could be a backpack. There could be anything in there that could have DNA from anyone associated with that vehicle. And think about how that could play in a court case. If that vehicle belonged to someone, if they found a Gatorade bottle and they were to extract DNA from it, and if it had maybe Keshaun's DNA on it, it would prove that he was in one of those vehicles.
No. What are you talking about? Oh, yeah, but I meant my camera position. Even when I call back and say, Yeah, we're streaming.
On this case. Our Sarah Goldenberg, numerous staff members have worked on this podcast, and the most recent update was the news conference held 3 weeks ago by Cleveland Police and the U.S. Marshal's Office. We're going to play that section now, that entire news conference, while we stay with these live pictures.
Want to get you that information right away, but first let's set the scene. Local and federal investigators gave us an update on Keshaun's case at the Justice Center in downtown Cleveland, where the Cleveland Division of Police headquarters is located. 3 family members joined them in the room, standing beside his missing poster. We heard from one of his grandmothers, but other family members got emotional as she spoke. We're going to play the press conference for you in its entirety here.
Good afternoon. My name is Sergeant Freddie Diaz, F-R-E-D-D-Y-D-I-A-Z. I'm the Public Information Officer for the Division of Police. I'd like to just thank everyone for coming out today. We obviously are going to give a quick status update into the case of missing person Keshaun Williams. Before we get started, I just want to introduce the folks that are here behind me, and then we're going to go ahead and proceed with the press conference. So to my right here is Detective Corrigan, the far right there. He is the missing person detective for the 4th District. He's been handling this investigation since the beginning of this as well. Next to him is Detective Callahan. He's our missing person liaison for the Division of Police. He's been instrumental as well in this investigation. Next to him is U.S. Deputy U.S. Marshal Piccoli, who's going to be speaking here as well. Here we have a family of Keshaun Williams. His grandmothers are both here. His grandmother, Mary Williams, is going to be speaking to you guys as soon as the Deputy Marshal is complete. We have Patty Meehan, who's here on behalf of the Crime Stoppers, the Cuyahoga County Crime Stoppers, Commander Mo Brown, and Deputy Chief Dan Fay. Our detectives have been working tirelessly throughout this investigation. We all are pretty much aware, if you're not aware, there's been an extensive, long Amber Alert in regard to Keshaun Williams, excuse me. This Amber Alert has been going on for a long time. I'd like to thank the U.S. Marshals for their partnership in assisting us with this investigation. I also would like to thank the Cleveland Missing organization, who has assisted with canvassing, getting the message out, as well as a lot of the community members that have been out there helping us get this message out to investigate this missing person. And then last but not least, the Cuyahoga County Crime Stoppers, who has offered a reward to assist us with this investigation as well. We're going to cover that a little bit towards the end of this press conference. All these resources and all these community members have been instrumental, and we continue to investigate this case, and will not stop until we get some answers for the family. I would like to introduce U.S. Deputy Marshal Piccoli, who's going to give a quick summary of the case and provide some information that we recently have learned.
Good afternoon. Quick update on Saturday, June 17, 2023, over a year ago now. Keshaun Williams went missing after attending a house party in the 6,000 block of Gertrude Avenue here in Cleveland, Ohio. That was the last time people have seen or heard from Keshaun. Recent developments have provided additional information regarding his disappearance, and we are now seeking the public's help to.
Dan DeRosa with 19. I'm just pausing that news conference as our photographer has moved into a little bit better position. You can see a number of investigators swarming around that. I believe this is perhaps, and I'm not sure which one it is, because it's getting a little confusing of which one is upright, which one was pulled out first. But what we can see is investigators very interested in one of the two black Jeeps taken out of the river, paying very close attention there. I'm going to see Aria Janelle, if you're still with us. Aria, can you see what they're doing a little bit better than I can?
Yeah, Dan, so what it looks like is they have some type of like crowbar or something, and they're trying to break their way into that vehicle is what my best guess is from what I'm seeing here right now. And they're just kind of like really harshly tugging at that second door to the vehicle. Again, you made a good point. I'm not sure if it was the first one they took out of the water or the second one, but that's what we're seeing right now. They're trying to get into that back passenger side door, and they are using a hammer. It's a hammer, a sledgehammer they're using to try to get into that back door.
Yeah, we're seeing them. We saw a CERT T-shirt on that individual, search emergency response team or SWAT emergency response team there. What they're using is on one side he has a pick, and the other man there in the white biohazard suit, he's using a sledgehammer to try and get in. They're very. You can see the driver's side door is open, but they're trying to get the second door open here. We're still live here. Now, we have been told from the very beginning that this search was in connection with the investigation into Keshaun Williams. So we're watching, and in fact now the mobile command center has gotten very good, and in fact they may actually be watching some of our coverage here, that they have moved that vehicle back in to block what is the opening of that. We get that to a certain extent, that they're not sure what could or couldn't be found as our photographer moves. I'm going to go to the video of the second Jeep that was pulled from, and I'm going to take the live bug down again. Don't want people to misconstrue this. This is the second vehicle that was taken out of the river. This happened shortly after 12 o'clock. I'm going to continue now playing the press conference that happened 3 weeks ago regarding the continued search for Keshaun, where they in fact increased the reward. So let's take a listen.
Continue to aid us in getting answers and ultimately locating Keshaun. We have reason to believe he was last seen walking away from the party and entering a dark-colored SUV with a group of juvenile males. Early on, there was information that was released that a black Jeep was involved and was a suspect vehicle. That had been vetted and is not accurate. However, this new information regarding this dark-colored SUV is accurate, and we believe it to be true. Since that night, like I said, Keshaun has not been seen or heard from. We have continued to thoroughly vet any information or tips that have come forward. Detective Corrigan and I are the leads on this investigation. We have been and continue to handle any tips and information that come forward. To date, our hope and goal is that anyone that sees this reaches out, calls the numbers provided, and provides any kind of information that will assist us. It could be a small detail, anything that will help. We've gotten recent calls, and that's how we've come across this new information that we received that we're updating everybody with today, and we continue to hope that that happens, regardless, again, of how simple it may be. Thank you.
I'm now going to call Miss Mary Williams, who's Keshaun's grandmother. She's going to share a few words.
Good morning. I am Keshaun's grandmother, and what I want to say to the public is there is people out here who know what happened to Keshaun, and I pray that you come forth and give the information that you have. I'm not asking you if you have it. I know people have it. And so we're just prayerfully asking you to come forth. I do a lot of work in this community. I help a lot of people, and I want people to understand that my mission is pure, and I'm out here to help the young people who need help. And so I'm asking the same people and people in the community to help my family in getting the information that we need for Keshaun. Keshaun has been gone. It's been very painful. I miss that big wet kiss he gives me every time I drop him off at home. I miss that. I miss him. And I'm just prayerfully asking that somebody come forth with more information to really, really put this thing to an end so our family can get closure for it, because we've been going through it for over 16 months. It's a long time. And so I'm just thankful and grateful to be able to speak in front of you today. And I know for sure that somebody is going to have a heart, and they are going to come and they're going to call and say what needs to be said in order to close this thing. Put it to rest. That's all we want is closure. Thank you so very much, and have a wonderful day.
So I would just want to echo what Mrs. Williams says. You know, we believe there's people out there that have information. We believe someone knows something, and we hope that this message gets across to the community. As you can see, that this family's hurting, and we're asking for any information to give us a call. The information that U.S. Deputy provided is the most up-to-date information we have at this moment. Their partnership, again, in searching for this young man has been greatly appreciated. Since this day, like I mentioned, we've been actively searching for Keshaun. We have detectives, officers out there looking for him, trying to resolve this. We want to announce that we recently got a partnership with Crime Stoppers, like I mentioned earlier. The reward amount that was originally mentioned a few months ago has now been increased to $27,500. With anyone that has information that can lead us to resolving this case, up to $27,500. If anyone has information, we ask them to give the U.S. Marshal tip line a call at 1-866-4-WANTED. Again, it's 1-866-4-WANTED. They can also call and remain anonymous with Crime Stoppers. There's 3 ways you can do this: through their phone number, which is 216-252-7463. You can also visit their website at www.25crime.com, or you can download their mobile app through their website. So this will be concluding this press conference. We can take a few questions if we like. Brett?
I'm so sorry. I just wanted to double check to make sure. So previously it was believed to be a black Jeep. Now you guys are just looking for a dark colored vehicle. Is that the most up-to-date information you have? Do you guys have a picture? Is there anything else that you are sharing?
No picture at the moment, but yes, we believe that a dark color SUV was involved. However, we initially did not know. We later learned that a few suspects were with Keshaun in this vehicle. So we believe male juveniles were involved and know what happened.
And there was in April, there was talk of maybe some surveillance of Keshaun, but I didn't know if he literally has not been seen since the night he went missing, or has there ever been any surveillance to come to light?
Deputy, you can answer that one.
To date, there has not been.
Okay.
Keshaun has not been seen or heard from since June 17th of 2023. we've received numerous between Cleveland Division of Police Detective Corrigan and I. We've received numerous information, tips since his disappearance, and since then we've vetted every single one of them thoroughly, and none of them are accurate. So no, he has not been seen.
Can you talk about how recent this latest tip came in?
Fairly recent, over the last few weeks.
Last few weeks. And have you guys been able to identify any of the other juveniles who are believed to be in that car as well?
So it's still an ongoing investigation. Unfortunately, I can't disclose that, but that's why our hope and goal with this today is, with the media and the public, is an integral part of getting this information out there, and hoping that we get that call that can help us.
Any other information on how you were able to verify that this tip, was worthy of, I guess, putting out to the public?
No, not at this time.
Okay. Is this, at the beginning, this was called the possible abduction. Is that still how this is seen? How's this?
It's still being investigated as missing persons at this time, and it's going to continue to be investigated that way as we develop more information.
Is there any developments on his phone, Keshaun's cell phone? He had reported that he had talked to his mom about 10:30 that night.
As far as, there's nothing new as far as that goes, as far as an update, no.
In the geographic area that you're looking at, or anything?
It's, quite honestly, we've checked numerous properties, numerous abandoned properties, different tips that came in, also information that came in the area. We believe still somewhere in the area of Gertrude that has more information that could lead us to what happened, but we're still actively investigating it.
And then just lastly for me, anything about just the significance or the uniqueness of this? I mean, 16 months and really just, a dark-colored SUV. It's just not a lot of information.
Yeah, and that's why we're hoping with this press conference that we're able to obtain additional information with use of the media and the public in order to get those answers for us, as well as, most importantly, the family.
I guess with this recent tip and the dark-colored SUV, is the investigative tools being looked at, cameras in the neighborhood, the city, to try and pinpoint a more exact description of this vehicle?
Absolutely. That's all being.
Not just turned up yet?
No.
Is there any reason to believe that he is anywhere outside of Cleveland, or is the search still mostly local?
Our focus is the Cleveland area. We received tips, information that he may be outside the Cleveland area in different states. Again, those have all been vetted and proven not to be accurate, so our thinking is that he's still in the Cleveland area.
Brett, I might just add, obviously it's an Amber Alert, so it's a statewide, so other law enforcement agencies have the capability to be advised as well.
I know one of the questions we had along the way was, he was at a house party. The owners of that house or people who attended that party, have you guys made contact with these individuals?
We've talked to numerous people. Unfortunately, the night of the party, police were never responded. There was never a call for service there, so we weren't able to identify, who exactly, all the guests at that party.
Homeowners been cooperative during the investigations?
Yeah.
Do you know how many juveniles were in the car, dark-colored SUV?
A handful, at least.
A handful, 5?
Probably like 2 to 3, 3 to 4.
And they were already in the car, or they went in the car with them?
It's like I said, it's an ongoing investigation at this point, so that's the only details that we're gonna release.
You used the word suspects. Do you know how many people we're talking about here?
Again, 3 to 4, I would say.
3 to 4 suspects?
3 to 4 juvenile males. We haven't. Yeah, we're still actively investigating, so that's part of it. We haven't really. I wouldn't necessarily call them suspects at this point until we know kind of their involvement.
Good. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming out. This concludes our press conference. We appreciate your time.
So here's what we learned from that press conference. We now know investigators got a new credible tip and are looking for a dark-colored SUV that had a group of juvenile males inside at the time. The reward in this case has been up to $27,500, and this is still considered a missing persons investigation. If you want to learn even more about the case, you can listen to our first podcast called Finding Keshaun. We spoke in depth with investigators, heard from his mom, and also spoke with with Cleveland Missing, a nonprofit that works with families and has helped to keep this case in the public eye. As we said, that cash reward is now up to $27,500 for information leading to Keshaun's whereabouts. You can contact the Northern Ohio Violent Fugitive Task Force at 1-866-4WANTED. You can also submit a tip online at usmarshals.gov, and you can call Cleveland Police at 216-623-5400. Tipsters can also remain anonymous by contacting Crime Stoppers at 216-252-7463 or go to www.25crime.com. You can also download their mobile app. Someone out there knows something. Will they do the right thing and come forward? His family is still waiting for answers. I'm Sarah Goldenberg. Thanks for listening to Dark Side of the Land.
All right, hi everyone. Brian Duffy here now at the 19 News Digital Studios, just filling in for Dan DeRose here for a couple of minutes, and want to give you an update now as we continue to follow our breaking news that we have followed here digitally all morning on 19 News, also through our newscasts at 11 a.m. on 43 and at noon on 19. We continue to follow what's going on in the Cuyahoga River here around Universal Oil, around Jefferson Avenue. This is in Tremont, where we have watched as search and rescue teams, dive teams, wreckers have pulled two large Jeep SUVs out of the river there. There was a dark-colored SUV that was tied to the Keshaun Williams case. Of course, Keshaun Williams, young man who just basically disappeared in June of 2023, 15-year-old boy, last seen at a party on Gertrude Avenue in Slavic Village, also tied to a dark SUV, which has made the fact that they have pulled two SUVs out of the river today very, very curious. We do know for a fact that the medical examiner's office has not been called to the scene. That's clearly something we want to stress throughout this. We have had our reporter Aria Janelle on the scene this morning, and we have heard extensively from Sarah Goldenberg. I'm gonna, since we haven't done this in a few minutes, I'm gonna check with Aria and see if she's listening to our coverage and see if Aria is available to walk us through what she's seen this morning and what she has learned here in the meantime. Aria, I did see you just pop into the camera there a little bit, so I'm assuming you're ready to go. Aria, what can you tell us at this point?
Yeah, Duffy, right now they are working to get, we're not sure exactly if it was the first Jeep that they pulled out of the water or the second one, but they are trying very hard to get inside of one of those vehicles. They have been hammering, trying to get that back door open. They've been doing this for quite a while. We're getting on and off, we're hearing them hammering at that door. That's the most activity that we've seen. We've seen a lot of the cars that were in this parking lot when we first got there, those have driven away, so a lot of people are leaving right now. So things are starting to wind down, but there is something that they want out of that car before they start to transport both of those vehicles away from this area. So we're just trying to see exactly what that might be, or if we're going to be able to see that. I can tell you that mobile command center that's been kind of in and out of our view all morning, they just moved it even further over so that we really can't see anything anymore about what's happening and how they're treating those vehicles.
Okay, Aria, thank you. We noticed, Aria, earlier, if you're still listening, I know you are, a sledgehammer down in the scene. They may be using that sledgehammer to try and get one of those car doors open. I know you're just reporting that they're trying very, very hard. You can see as they try and get those doors open. I did just see somebody walk by with a shovel. I'm wondering if they're trying to shovel some of the silt out of those cars. Of course, this is all speculation as we watch. As you watch what is going on. I want to show you the video now of these Jeeps being pulled from the river. This happened at around 11 a.m. this morning. Again, this is video that you saw live digitally here from our digital studios and also live on our newscast at 11 a.m. This is the first Jeep, and we initially noticed the netting that was completely wrapped around that Jeep. We found that curious for a number of reasons, and also now, since the medical examiner's office has not been called, it becomes even more curious. But this was just after 11 a.m. this morning. This was the first Jeep that came out of the water. Heavy crane pulling this Jeep out of the water. Dan DeRoche showed you pictures earlier and was trying to compare both of these Jeeps to Jeeps that the police had shown us as this case moved through the process. There was a Jeep, they sent pictures out to us that said, we're interested in finding the person that owns this Jeep or the people who may have been driving this Jeep for a variety of reasons. Never really called them a suspect, just really said that they thought that Keshaun Williams, the 15-year-old who's been missing since June of 2023, may have been seen in that Jeep or with guys who were in that Jeep. There was a variety of reasons they wanted to talk to the people that owned that Jeep. We tried to make some comparisons between the Jeeps, and that's very difficult to do at this point as we work our way through this process. So there you go. There you see that was Jeep 1 that was pulled out of the river. I'm going to show you the video of Jeep 2 now that was pulled out of the river. This was about an hour later. This you watched happen live during 19 News at noon. A second Jeep, which is really interesting that two Jeeps are being pulled out of the river from pretty much the exact same spot an hour apart. That one is a Grand Cherokee. I don't know if we had a make or a model on that first Jeep. Do we have a model on the first Jeep? No. It was covered up by the netting. So you can see this was clearly a Grand Cherokee that's being pulled, and you can see that this is just completely full of sediment, silt, and everything that you would expect to find at the bottom of that river. So man, that's just packed in there. This is the first time I'm actually seeing this video, and yeah, that is something else. That would certainly lend itself to that Jeep being in that water for quite a bit of time. Certainly doesn't look like somebody ran in there yesterday and is now pulling out of the river. So that's where we stand right now with this breaking news. Let's go back to the live picture now from Tremont around Universal Oil. This is the area. It's not so much a term that's used anymore, but it's a term that's specifically very important to the city of Cleveland. Kingsbury Run. This is the old Kingsbury Run area. I looked on a map earlier just to see if Kingsbury Run was still on the map. It is. They call this area Kingsbury Run, but of course you may remember the Torso murders from the 30s. This is where Kingsbury Run started, in those murders. I did a podcast actually on those murders, the Mad Butcher of Kingsbury Run, because this was the area where most of the victims were from. It was a homeless encampment way back in the day. But you can still see that there is a lot of activity going on. I know Aria had reported a little while ago that it may be wrapping up. They were working on trying to get one of the doors open from here. Now, I do want to tell you, as we continue to work this story, we're going to be on the air on television, and we'll be on the air digitally all afternoon, as long as something is going on here down by the river. But once we get on the air on television at 3 o'clock, we'll have live reports from Aria. And of course, our Sarah Goldenberg from 19 Investigates has worked this case extensively. She has spoken to U.S. Marshals, Cleveland Police, everybody that is involved, Sheriff's Department, everybody that is involved in this case in any way, shape, or form. She has been all over it. So, and so she's working her sources this afternoon to find the very latest on what exactly is going on. So the reward money keeps going up. The last we saw in October, earlier this month, in October, the reward had been increased to $27,500. And investigators said their search is focused on the Cleveland area, but every single tip they receive, they continue to look at that information to see what they can figure out in this case. Family members reported Keshaun Williams missing on June 17th of 2023. On the night he went missing, the 15-year-old boy evidently went to a party on Gertrude Avenue in Slavic Village. He went to that party. He went to that party with a friend of his. That friend then left him at that party. Since his disappearance, investigators said they have thoroughly searched that neighborhood. Clearly, to this point, they have not come up with anything. Deputy U.S. Marshal Vinnie Piccoli said Williams was last seen after leaving that party in a dark-colored SUV with 3 or 4 other juvenile males. Now, that's where we're making the connection here to what we're seeing happening on the river today. And the reason why once this search on the river began, that's why we became so interested. And then it just became clearly much more interesting as they pulled 2 dark-colored SUVs out of the river. One of them badly damaged in the back with the hatch open and a window smashed in. The other completely full of silt. One of those SUVs was covered with a netting, and every time I mention that SUV was covered with a netting, I'm going to mention again that the medical examiner has not been called to the scene. The medical examiner is called to a scene when, of course, there is a body that needs to be identified, needs to be worked, and those investigators need to look at that body before, of course, it is moved to the morgue. So we have not seen or heard of anything like that happening. I'm not seeing a whole lot going on there. Hard for me to see from what's going on just from these pictures. Aria, I'm going to throw it back out to you. See if, I know you mentioned to us that what you noticed, they were trying to get a door open on one of those SUVs. I'm going to come back out to you and see if we're making any progress there or what you've seen in the meantime.
So it doesn't seem like they've made a lot of progress trying to get that door open. We're still hearing the sounds of that sledgehammer every now and then. I will say maybe 30 minutes ago, one of the flatbed tow trucks seemed like it was getting in position to take one of these vehicles away. Now it is back flat. So I'm thinking it's going to take, they're wanting to do a lot more with those vehicles before they take them away from this scene here today. But I am seeing a man, I don't know if he's just playing with the crime scene tape right now or if they're about to take it up. He's holding it in his hand. He might just be holding it while he's talking to people on the other side. I'm going to walk a little closer down to see if I could potentially get another viewpoint. I know that they moved this mobile command center in the way so that we couldn't see too much, but I'm still going to try my best. Yeah, not able to really see too much. The pulleys that we've been watching all morning, those are still in position. They're moving around quite a bit, so I'm wondering if it still has one of the cars in tow. I'm starting to see it move just a little bit more. It's coming up. See if it still has anything connected to it, or they might be wrapping things up using that crane. So that's where my focus is right now, kind of seeing if they're cleaning up or what they're trying to do. You made a good point, though, earlier, Duff, when you were talking about how much sediment that was in these vehicles. I'm wondering if they're trying to get some of that out before they transport them. But also, you'd have to think that maybe that might get rid of some key evidence that they might need as well in this case. So it's going to be interesting to see how they move forward in this. I'm starting to see a lot more people taking pictures in that area as well. Again, a lot of the people and the units and the vehicles that were out here earlier in the day have now left. So this area is starting to clear out just a little bit, but those 2 vehicles that were pulled out of the water, those 2 dark-colored Jeeps, are still here. and they are working on trying to get that door open.
And Aria, we appreciate that description there. Dan DeRose jumping back in here as we continue our live digital coverage of what is major breaking news in the Cleveland area. This is, from what we have been told very early on in the day, that this whole investigation is connected to the Keshaun Williams case. That is, of course, the young man who went missing in June of last year. So it's been 16 months. We've heard from his grandmother recently, begging for anybody who knows something to have a heart and come forward. And I contest that as we see these vehicles being pulled out, and we're looking live here, but as we saw the two SUVs being pulled out of the water, if you had something to do with this case, you have gotten a little bit nervous. Now we're seeing that command vehicle pull out of the way. Let's see what we can see here. Aria, pull you back in. Where'd that command vehicle go?
It just moved over. You're able to see the car really well right now. We're going to have Marty move the camera for you. I cannot tell if this was the first car that was pulled out or the second one, but we are able to get, this is the Grand Cherokee, I'm told, the vehicle that you're able to see right now, which is the second vehicle that was pulled out of that water earlier.
And it looks like they
They
were using that big rig to, they're trying to rip the back door open or off.
That's correct. Yep.
Very interesting, Aria, that
you can see also there's a interesting pile of, there's a lot of sediment that they've already gotten out of the car. There's a big pile of it. I'm not sure if you can see it because there's some people standing in front of the vehicle right now. Lots of sediment on the outside of this vehicle. Trying to see if the sunroof is ripped off or open on the top of it.
Yeah, Aria, I'm looking at the pictures as well as the photographer Marty doing a great job, has gone to his higher end look, but they're working very diligently trying to get that back door open. We've seen that they've already had the front two doors open, and it does appear that they pulled out a big portion of that sediment or out of the front. That silt was dug out. But yeah, really ripping the doors wide open here. When that command vehicle moved, I mean, obviously the two vehicles should still be there. So the second vehicle must be out of eyesight.
It would have to be, but it's interesting because that wouldn't be where I had placed it before they had moved that vehicle. I would have thought it would have been a little bit over. By them moving this way, I would have thought that we've been able to see both of them, but I'm not sure. And I'm also thinking that the other one, the first car that was pulled out, since this is the Grand Cherokee, the first car must still be upside down, is my guess, because we haven't seen that other car be flipped just yet. We only saw one car get flipped over.
And I did see, Aria, I know that gentleman, I actually was just at an event with him last week, the gentleman in the white jumpsuit there, he is with BCI, and he seems to be the one, obviously he's in a jumpsuit trying to protect himself from everything that's inside that, but he's the one that is really moving in on that vehicle, taking a close look as they are trying to empty out. And perhaps that's why the command vehicle was getting out of the way, is because that white SUV was trying to leave. I'm guessing that command vehicle is now going to move back in front of that, and we're going to lose our perspective here.
I see the driver getting in of that command center right now, and they're backing up.
So they're clearly interested in blocking any kind of view. We understand that to some extent. There is still an investigation and a potential trial that has to take place, and also a sensitivity factor. We're not sure what could come out of those doors when they open the doors. It's tough to tell what might come out of that vehicle. And again, have to be sensitive that this is a missing person investigation, and we're continuing to watch the work being done live. Going to do a quick reset here. This is taking place on the eastern edge of Tremont. We are talking about it is Lake Erie. I'm sorry, not Lake Erie. It is the Cuyahoga County River. And it is just as Jefferson dead ends into the Cuyahoga River. If you're familiar with Tremont, Jefferson is one of the main streets that cuts through, but eventually goes down the hill, kind of towards the back side of the Steelyard Commons, Steelyard Common area and the Steelyard area, and it dead ends into the river. And we had been told very early on this morning that the investigation, the search that we were seeing, was directly involved in the Keshaun Williams case, and that we had confirmed from two different sources that there was not one but two cars, SUVs, stuck in the Cuyahoga County River, or in the river. And we have been live now since our crews first got on scene right around 9 o'clock, as we have seen not one but two dark-colored Jeeps, black Jeeps, pulled out of the river. It is of note because very early on in the Keshaun case, we were told that, and in fact I'm going to show you the exact pictures that we were given by the Cleveland Police Department of the vehicle that they say Keshaun may have been in or was in the night that he went missing. And it certainly looks like the second vehicle that was taken out of the river. And the fact that you can see underneath the passenger door mirror, you can see that Jeep, it actually says Grand Cherokee there on the side, the chrome that we have seen. And then the live video that you saw just a few minutes ago was investigators really ripping into that second Jeep that we know, because we're going to show you the video. And I want to show you, this was from earlier when they were using the sledgehammer on the side of the door. This is not live, this was earlier. You can see they're using like a pickaxe with a sledgehammer, the BCI agent there, trying to get that door open. As soon as we got this vantage point, they moved the special response vehicle into the line of sight so that we couldn't see. We're back live now at this scene. We can see a number of the vehicles are gone. Aria, I'm not wrong in that. A number of the vehicles that were to the right, there were some trailers, those were the dive teams. The vast majority of vehicles have left already, correct?
Oh, correct. There seems to be less than half the amount of vehicles and teams out here right now than there were when we first got here around 8:45 this morning. We've seen the command center where there was that blue tarp and they were using that to have a screen in there. That vehicle is now gone. The only real vehicles that I see other than the command unit that we've been looking at for the past hour that's been used to block, the Cleveland Metro Parks police car is still here, but other than that, we've seen everybody else kind of go and leave. We are seeing a fire truck pull up though right now with its lights on. Not exactly sure how they will be helping, maybe potentially getting these vehicles on these flatbed tow trucks, but we are seeing, you can kind of see it on the bottom right hand side of your screen right now, that fire truck that just pulled up.
Well, if you wanted to spray,
and they're getting out right now.
Yeah, if you wanted to spray a bunch of silt and mud out of a vehicle, I can't think of a better group to call than the fire department to assist in that. They're clearly going to head up and talk to the units that are there, the BCI that are investigating. That's what I've noticed, Aria, is I believe Pete Elliott, the head of the U.S. Marshals, I have not seen him in the area here recently, so I'm not sure if he has left the scene and left it to BCI. But when it came to the search of that vehicle, it was definitely in the hands of BCI, and Pete Elliott in the U.S. Marshal's office may have taken a step back at this point.
Yeah, Dan, I haven't seen him in a while, but he very much could be in that mobile command unit, or he also could just be behind this unit as well. But you're correct in saying we definitely haven't seen his presence here in a little bit.
So it'll be interesting to see what happens with the fire department there, if they're going to come in and provide a little bit of water to be able to maybe wash out some of that silt, or they may even have to wash it. We've already seen a lot of it when that command vehicle got out of the way, a large pile of it that had been apparently taken out of the front seat. They may eventually just have to wash it all away, whether or not they use it to help spray down the inside and look for any further evidence. You'd be afraid you'd wash away any material at that point. So painstaking process, but what's interesting is that they have been focusing clearly on the Grand Cherokee. That's what, so that first vehicle that came out, that first vehicle that was taken out was a little bit smaller. Aria, you and your photographer made that observation. Was smaller than the second vehicle, and it is the second one that they seem to be keying on, the one that they got flipped right side up, the one that they were hammering on the doors, the ones that we briefly saw that they had dug out the front seats and were concentrated on the back seats. And that vehicle seems to match these early pictures that were sent to us by the Cleveland Police Department within the first week of Keshaun going missing. And the reason these pictures are interesting is not only does it match what police put out early on, but yet 3 weeks ago, the police tried to say, it looks like they're going to use the police department for tools to maybe get some of those doors open. What's interesting here is even just 3 weeks ago, we heard from BCI that they had vetted, meaning they had investigated thoroughly, a black Jeep Cherokee, and that it was no longer of consequence. If that's the case, then why did BCI just pull out a black Jeep Cherokee, Grand Cherokee, out of the Cuyahoga River? And why is it the one that they are focusing on of the two Jeeps taken out today? And I guess we can't clearly say, even though that the second vehicle that came out looked a little bit bigger than the first one, which would lead us to believe maybe it wasn't a Grand Cherokee. But I want to play the story from our Brittany Weir from 3 weeks ago, when you heard investigators, you heard BCI say that they had vetted the black Jeep Cherokee and it was no longer the Jeep they were looking for. Instead, they were simply looking for a dark SUV. Take a listen.
There is people out here who know what happened to Keshaun, and I pray that you come forth and give the information that you have.
Mary Williams, Keshaun's grandmother, begging anyone with information about her grandson to please call police.
I'm not asking you if you have it. I know people have it.
On Wednesday, Cleveland police and U.S. Marshals, who have been investigating this case since June 17th, 2023, announced the 16-year-old was last seen in a dark-colored SUV with 3 to 4 other teenagers.
Early on, there was information that was released that a black Jeep was involved and was a suspect vehicle. That had been vetted and is not accurate.
Police said they do not have a picture of this SUV. However, they believe whoever was in that car knows what happened.
Our hope and goal is anyone that sees this reaches out, calls the numbers provided, and provides any kind of information that will assist us.
On the night he went missing, Keshaun went to a party on Gertrude Avenue in Slavic Village. Police say they are continuing to search that area.
We've checked numerous properties, numerous abandoned properties, different tips that came in, also information that came in the area. We believe still somewhere in the area of Gertrude that has more information that could lead us to what happened.
And Dan DeRose back with you. That was speaking there with the goatee. That was Deputy U.S. Marshal Vinnie Piccoli saying that that SUV had been vetted and was not, the Cherokee was not the vehicle they were looking for, but yet they were looking for a dark SUV. But yet what we've seen, and we're going to turn the video around of them really going at it. It was really the first time when the command vehicle had to get out of the way to let a white SUV get out of there, move away. Clearly done with their portion of this investigation. We got our first look of how hard they were going after that Grand Cherokee, because we could see the labeling on the side. They had the front 2 doors open. They had removed a lot of the mud from the SUV, and then they were actually using the crane, the boom truck, tow truck, to rip open the back door. And we've since seen firefighters come in. Now they're kind of heading back towards their fire truck. They brought in some new set of tools to perhaps get open the doors. It was doing quite a bit of damage when they were using that boom crane to rip open the doors. That did quite a bit of damage. It'll be interesting once they do finally use these 2 flatbeds that you see sitting there. You see a tow truck driver there at the first flatbed. And it does appear that maybe the crane is being stowed off of this truck. But investigators still there. Firefighters bringing in some more equipment, axes, perhaps even the jaws of life to maybe get open the back driver's side door. It was a little destructive to watch that crane try and move in and help remove the back passenger door. So perhaps they needed the fire department in a little more delicate touch to get some of the rest of the doors on. Again, I want to show you how hard they were working. This was one of our views earlier today, just probably within the last hour. They were using a sledgehammer and really a pick to force open that driver's side door. This is clearly the vehicle that they are keying on. Whether they know that the first vehicle that came out is not the one they're looking for, how they know that remains to be seen. We'll have to ask questions. One thing that is intriguing, though, is that they have not offered any kind of news conference, any kind of an update on this case and why they're out there, and have been with an extensive amount of law enforcement. We have reached out to several of the agencies that are there, the Ohio Department of Natural Resources, the U.S. Marshal's Office, and everyone just keeps saying that all the information needs to come from the Cleveland Police Department, and that is easier said than done, and that's what you call a professional deflection. That when you can deflect to a different agency, you're not the one that has to talk, you're not the one that has to hold the news conference, and you can put it all on one agency, and the Cleveland Police Department not always the best at getting out information. But we will continue to watch here on developments. We're going to work on turning that new video of when the command vehicle got out of the way and gave us our first real look at them getting some of the mud and silt out of that Grand Cherokee. So if you're just joining us, and we know that there are people watching from all over the world on all of our digital platforms, on YouTube, on our website, cleveland19.com. If you're just joining in, we've had some major developments in the search in the Keshaun Williams case, when not one but two Jeeps were pulled from the Cuyahoga River. Why we would have the U.S. Marshal's Office telling us 3 weeks ago that a Jeep Cherokee had been vetted and was not the vehicle they were looking for is intriguing, because they just pulled a Jeep Cherokee from the river and they are basically going to town on that vehicle because they have ripped open all of the doors. And we're going to have another video here. This was from earlier. Make sure we get this in here. As video from just about 10-15 minutes ago. And here it is, our real first clear picture of the Jeep. And this is the Grand Cherokee. You can see the logo there underneath the mirrored windows. This was 20 minutes ago. They had already, look at the amount of mud and silt underneath the passenger front door. They had clearly done some work to get out. And right there, if you look at the three that are standing on the driver's side, that is from the investigator's office, or from the U.S. Marshal's office. That was Deputy U.S. Marshal Vinnie Piccoli. And yeah, it was really our first look. And really our first good look at the amount of work that was going into it, and they're clearly using the crane here to just rip off that back door. Pretty destructive, as I said, which may have been why they called in the fire department to use a little bit more of their tools. Again, this was just earlier as they were working to raise that vehicle, to let investigators get a little bit better view there. You see the BCI on the other side, the driver's side moving into place to try and get a vantage point. But again, they are pouring over this vehicle. And we believe this is the second vehicle that they took out, the Grand Cherokee. And we're only saying that because the first vehicle that came out was just a little bit smaller than what you would suspect from a Grand Cherokee. And this is about when we lost our vantage point from the vehicle. So here we are now back live as we are waiting for the two flatbeds to take the vehicles out. What will be interesting is now granted, we haven't been able to see a lot because of the blocking of that command vehicle, but have they done the same amount of work to the first vehicle that they pulled out? Have they ripped the doors off of that one, or are they truly only interested in one of the vehicles? So again, live, we're expecting, and in fact, we're seeing the flatbed truck now move into position to get out. And Aria, I know you're still with us. I'm going to use your eyes, and because you've been there on scene there the whole time. Well, I assumed he was getting into position, or is he just driving away? And it looks like he's just driving away. Aria, what do you think there?
The mobile command center is moving as well at the same time. The tow truck definitely looks like it's driving away. The command center also looks like it is driving away as well.
Okay, and I also want you to notice that the
we're about to get
BCI
a good
investigator,
picture of this vehicle.
Yeah, and the BCI investigator is taking off his protective gear to try and keep himself clean.
I think I think the first one's behind.
That tells me
Is
that
it behind the car?
that they're done doing the initial search on scene.
Dan, I'm trying to get a look to see where that first vehicle is at, because we can just see that second one. I think it might be behind.
Yeah, that's interesting. We haven't.
Yeah.
Maybe they put it right back in the river. I wouldn't think that would be the case, but
I think it's. I believe I can see the top of it. I believe it's sat right behind the one that we can see clearly right now. I can see the roof of the other one right behind it.
So it's kind of being blocked by the wrecker there, the big tow truck.
Correct. But yeah, so we only have one flatbed left here. The other one has left.
And Ari, we've had a couple of people mention,
This is
oh,
our
it
first
looks
time
like
really
it's
getting a clear view.
Yeah, we've had people mention, oh, it looks like it's been set on fire. I don't think that's the case. You're standing there. That car has been now out of the water for going on 2 hours. Don't you believe from your eyes, you're there, don't you believe that that's just maybe the mud and the silt drying on the vehicle?
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. I could see why people might think that, but I do think what you're seeing, that like charred kind of look, is just mud that's been dried up. Oh, we're getting the this vehicle is now moving as well.
So that's probably why the
we
command
can see
vehicle
that
had to
second
leave.
vehicle behind it. Now
and
we
look,
can see both.
none of those doors, let's make the very first observation, none of those doors have been ripped open whatsoever like they have been on the Grand Cherokee.
No. It honestly looks like they haven't touched it since they took it out of the water and put it right side up.
And that tells me
no doors have been opened.
Yeah, that tells me they knew exactly what they were looking for. They knew that they were looking for.
And they are still.
Go ahead.
They're still trying to get one of the doors open right now. I can see the fire department kind of hammering away at the driver's side back door.
Yeah, and as our photographer moves, moves into position, yeah, it's very clear that they were after a Jeep Grand Cherokee. And folks, let's be honest, they know. The investigators know from that there are a series of flock cameras all over Northeast Ohio. And when they are looking for a particular vehicle, when they look at that night and that neighborhood and they key on that vehicle, that's why, while Marty moves into position here, that's why we were given these pictures. It's because they knew very early on they were looking for a Jeep Grand Cherokee. Now, what did it have to do with it? Was he in it? We're not sure. But notice that other Jeep, it's too covered in mud. I don't know that that's a Compass, but it may just be a smaller Jeep Cherokee. But they are clearly interested as we see them. I want to see them shovel out some of this mud here. And it looks like they're trying to be fairly deliberate to look through some of that. Although they are just sort of indiscriminately dumping it out, but that investigator seems to be taking, yeah, that does look more like a compass now. That, notice that it's got the round gas tank lid as opposed to the square one on the Cherokees. Yeah, it looks a little bit more like a compass. So they kind of understood, and perhaps that compass was on top of the Cherokee, because when they removed them out, so we continue to see work being done by the U.S. Marshal's Office to pull out the mud here. You're looking live, you're watching live here our continuous coverage. We've been on for multiple hours here. This is our best look at the Jeep Grand Cherokee that was pulled from the Cuyahoga River at about just after noon time. They're interested in the front passenger seat, the amount of work that they're doing. Remember, there was, throughout this case and early on, there was a mention of a picture that was taken of Keshaun, and he looked beaten up, and he was sitting in an SUV. So if that was the case, they would be very interested in all of the seats in that vehicle to be able to determine if they could find some DNA perhaps left behind. And you'd have to leave it up to the experts. I have no idea when it comes to DNA. Can it survive being underwater? Can it be survived being covered in soot? That is for the experts. But I want you to notice very clearly the first Jeep that was taken out is just sitting there. They have no interest in that vehicle whatsoever. There is not a door open on it. It is a smaller Jeep and does not appear to match the description of and the pictures of what we were given earlier by the Cleveland Police Department. Again, this was the week after he had gone missing. We were told, and I want to go back live as they now dig through some of that mud. They are looking for anything that could be a piece of evidence in this case. A car key, a bullet fragment, a casing, and they continue to drag through that mud looking for anything. What if there was a gun that was on the floorboard as you scrape through? And we see them continue to pick up items. This is the thankless work done by investigators, to say the least. It is a dirty, messy job, but there has to be, or could potentially be, some extremely incriminating evidence in what comes out of that. Looks like they're going to get that other SUV just completely out of there. Ari, is that what it looks like? It looks like they're going to move in and get the one that they just clearly don't care about. They're going to move in and get that out of the way.
I haven't seen anyone walk over to that SUV just yet to move it, but it does seem like that flatbed tow truck is getting into position to take something from that area. We're also, another fire truck has shown up as well, and it's moving in.
Moving into blocking position, I would guess.
No,
Perhaps.
it actually it stopped. It's not
okay.
blocking us.
Okay.
Not this time, yeah. Trying to see what they're planning on doing with this truck here. It was really interesting seeing people. They're really getting into that sediment and looking through it with their hands, trying to see if they could see anything that could be of value to them. We're seeing the natural resources officer truck that's been here all morning. That's starting to pull out right now. It looks like, I'm not exactly sure what fire department.
Oh, I did see him. He is starting up a saw. There are times where they have to use a saw to cut the doors open and cut the hinge. They are very interested in getting all the doors open on this. You'll see him start a saw, and they're going to cut that door open. It could be, I mean, think about if you push or roll a car off, I think that's about a 10 to 15 feet drop. And it hits, it's going to compact those doors together, so they're going to be tough to get apart. So I think we're going to see them saw into that back door. But Aria, I agree. I thought that they would have to be a little bit more meticulous with all that silt. I thought they would have to bring out, we've seen this in the past, they bring out these tables where they can put dirt on the tables and sort of sift through it, or they could have used water to sift through this to get anything. I haven't seen any work like that happen at all. I'm actually kind of surprised by that.
Yeah, it almost makes you think that maybe what they were looking for, they thought was going to be pretty obvious, and they've kind of just decided that what they might be looking for might not be there anymore, especially with everyone leaving this area right now. I only see a couple of U.S. Marshal people wearing U.S. Marshal shirts, and it's mainly the fire department here. All of the other people that were doing a lot of the heavy lifting earlier today have already left. And also, a big key factor that's kind of playing in my head is that they haven't obstructed our view anymore, and they're kind of just letting us see everything right now. So that's also making me think that maybe they didn't get what they thought they were going to.
And I think there is a sensitivity issue with that. Aria, you and I have been in this business long enough to know and long enough to unfortunately see some pretty bad scenes where, whether it's a fire department, police department, they will hold sheets up to block the view. There is a sensitivity here, and we understand that they didn't know what they would find once they got this SUV up, once they forced the doors open. There, I'm assuming, could have been a potential that Keshaun's body could have been in there. The good news is that now that they have, as Aria said, they don't care about obstructing our view, or they aren't worried about maybe the sensitivity factor, that his body was not found. And that is partially good news. I want you to put yourself in the shoes of Keshaun Williams' family. Did you want them to find something today, or did you not? And the answer is probably did not, because they are still holding out hope that maybe he is being held captive somewhere. And if no other city than Cleveland, that we know that can be the case. And so this puts you through sort of a traumatic day, that you see these two vehicles pulled up off the bottom of the Cuyahoga River. And Aria, I'm going to ask you to restate that again, what you heard earlier, that I didn't know that we had such a dumping ground, but the agonizing point for the city or for the family of Keshaun is that, well, now this is just the next chapter. There have been several searches all over Northeast Ohio related to this case. And so this is just the next search. Did it come up with nothing? Is there evidence? We'll have to wait and see what we get from investigators, which will probably be very little, to be honest. But we would like to, at some point get the U.S. Marshals in front of a camera and say, well, wait a second. You told us in the beginning it was a black Jeep. And then you said, no, it was a white Jeep early on in the investigation. And then 3 weeks ago, you said, no, we vetted the Jeep and that's not it at all. Well, then why were you so interested in a black Jeep Grand Cherokee that was pulled from the river today. You see they're continuing to take photos. The fire department is having an issue getting that second back door open. But Aria, I want you to go through the woman you spoke with earlier this morning. And I guess, I hate to say this, but we've just shown people, well, there is a place you can dump a car in the river.
Yeah, she was telling me that probably when she started working in this area, maybe about 10 years ago, that they had a really hard issue with people bringing cars out here and dumping them into the river. She also told me that they did make an effort to kind of build a barrier of some sort so people couldn't do that anymore, but she was saying usually when there isn't as much sediment, hills and things like that in this area that people can kind of drive around, that was really an issue. She said she hasn't seen it happen very often lately, people coming to this area and dumping cars in the river here, but she said it was a big problem about 10 years ago.
And they now have gotten open the back driver's side door. We see initial evidence photos being taken, and we will see if they start perhaps scooping out more of that. And this could be the type of thing that could take hours as far as, but boy, they have really torn apart that Jeep Grand Cherokee. Hope it wasn't a rental. Hope it didn't need to get back to anybody. But obviously being dumped into a river is pretty extreme. Somebody wanted to get rid of this vehicle and hope that it would never be found. And we do see now the fire department's truck being moved, maybe into position. They may, they may try and wash out. We'll see if they get any of the hoses out. They may be going to try and wash out some. Yeah, I see a hose coming in. Aria, walk us through what you're seeing there.
Yep, I'm seeing a hose. Oh, let me back up really quick, Dan. Can't see too much. I do see a hose that was just brought out, and water has they just started spraying water, cleaning out the back area of that Grand Cherokee that we've been looking at, the one that they've been focusing on this whole time. They're washing out the back seat of that right now. Not a lot of movement from that sediment that's been caked into the back seat. I feel like they're going to need a lot more water pressure in order to clear some of that out, because it's not moving. They took a break from the water hose right now, and they're back at it. Yeah, they're trying to wash out both the front and back area of this Jeep, while I see another person taking pictures as they're doing this, trying to clear out some of the area. We're starting to get an actual look at the front console of the vehicle now. We can see that more clearly. Finally see more of the seats as well, getting that sediment out of there. I'm not seeing anything that might indicate whose car this might be. I'm not seeing any anything hanging, any colors of any type, nothing left behind. Really just still a lot of that sediment, a lot of mud now that water has been added to it.
Yeah, but Ari, you bring up a really good point. I'm surprised that they're not, you know, you need to be meticulous. You never know what could be in there. Like I said, if there was a shell casing in there that could have a fingerprint on there, we've probably all watched way too many crime dramas. There could be a Gatorade bottle, a water bottle that had somebody's DNA on it. They don't seem to be overly concerned with that at this point.
Which takes me back to my thought about a few minutes ago that maybe they found what they needed to find, or they didn't find what they were hoping for. Because yeah, you would think you wouldn't want to hose down an area that could have fingerprints or anything left behind from anyone, because we all have seen fire hoses and working before. This is some serious water pressure that they're using. So,
and there is the main
I can't
BCI.
Imagine that if
there was the main BCI investigator that just walked up to take one more look into the back seat, as it had been semi-cleared by the fire hoses there. I know Marty, our photographer, is repositioning here, but he walked up because he wanted to have a closer look as they washed it out. But I also don't think you do this on scene if this is a car you don't care about. If you don't care what this car is, it's full of all that mud, you put it on the back of a flatbed and you take it to the impound lot and you just say, to heck with it, we don't care, it's not involved in this. They clearly keyed on this, and boy, from our perspective, how interesting it has been to watch this, to have them pull out two vehicles, both of them dark colored Jeeps, but one of them appearing to be a Jeep Compass, one appearing to be a Jeep Grand Cherokee, and they rip the heck out of the Grand Cherokee, and they don't touch the Jeep Compass. And again, it was very early on that we were shown pictures. I'm going to pull that up again. Here were the pictures that Cleveland Police gave us very early. It will be interesting to ask the question, is this Jeep in this picture given to us by the Cleveland Police, is it the same as that Jeep Cherokee you see live on your screen right now? That's going to be a question for investigators. Will Cleveland Police hold a news conference today? No idea. My guess would be no. That's kind of how the Cleveland Police operate. We get it. You don't want to tip your hand in an investigation, but when you tie up resources, when you have agencies from the state level on down, multiple different agencies involved in this, somebody has to say something. Somebody has to come out and say, well, we thought it was this, but it was this. Come out and say, well, yeah, this could have been a productive day in the case, in the search for Keshaun Williams. But whether we get that or not, I'm going to lean towards no. But I was trying to see if they're wiping something or if I'm just seeing a claw. If we can zoom in, are they looking at the driver's seat? Yeah, there seems to be an investigator. Oh, that's the individual who's taking pictures. So he's going through it. Looked like he found some pens. He found some stuff inside that center console. Yeah, very interesting to watch him go over this. Yeah, Aria, I want you to walk through kind of what you've got to do, a little bit of a setup here. Walk through, you know, it's really interesting to see that investigator, not sure who he's with. He's very interested in the driver's side and that center console.
Yeah, that was one of the first things that they were able to wash off when the fire department put that hose to this car. And I've seen him open and close it several times. It seems like maybe there was like a second compartment, because he opened one, looked around, and then opened another one, and that's when he pulled out something. Now it looks like he just grabbed something from the roof of the vehicle. I'm going to try to zoom in here so you can see it a little bit more. Not sure exactly what office he's with because he just has an Under Armour t-shirt on. No indication of anything else, but he's definitely taken his time going through that area. We're seeing one of the fire trucks pull away now. And they're still spraying off some of the car, or it might be that second car. I can't really tell. I'm seeing a lot of water coming over
But
as well.
the one thing I don't see,
But he's
Aria,
definitely taking his time.
the one thing I don't see is evidence bags. I don't see. Sometimes it's just a paper bag. Sometimes it's a clear plastic bag. I don't see anything like that happening.
The last time I saw an evidence bag here, maybe like an hour ago, I saw a couple. That was back when there was multiple units and people here. They had some paper bags, but didn't see them walk. I saw them walk them toward the cars, but never saw anybody walk those bags back. So I'm not sure if they were even used. And again, the guy that was going through that center console, he has one glove on and the other hand doesn't have a glove on, and he's kind of just going through it at his own pace.
Yeah, he's really
which
picking
makes me
through.
think they're kind of just doing their due diligence.
Yeah, he's picking through some stuff, and now it looks like they might spray the front side of this. It's fascinating to watch this because is he now maybe diluting some of that silt from the back, sort of washing through all this mud, hoping that something pops out of this.
All of those dirt piles that we saw earlier outside of the vehicle, it looks like that's what he's spraying through. And yeah, everybody's has their eyes on the ground, hoping potentially to see something, maybe a different color, a different texture.
Yeah, I've never quite seen this handled. I've never quite seen this handled in this way. You would have thought this would have been something done in a garage, but I suppose with this amount of mud and dirt and silt, maybe you would destroy a garage by trying to wash a vehicle out in this, but he's clearly diluting all of that mud and silt that was in there, and they're telling him to spray it that direction to see if anything comes out of this. But it sure looks like you could really wash away some evidence doing it this way, but they're the experts, let's be honest. This is not their first rodeo. And as far as searching through some of this mud, they're just trying to, turn that mud into water to see if something comes out. We've got our investigator, Sarah Goldenberg, joining us as well. Sarah, you've been watching this play out with us over the last, I can't even do the math right now, 5-6 hours that we're into our coverage. What are you noticing? What sticks out to you? You've gone through evidence pictures and murder cases before. We're not saying this is a murder case, but just murder cases have the most amount of evidentiary pictures. And so what sticks out to you about what we're watching here?
I think it's interesting that they brought in hoses. They're not just leaving the car as is, right? So they're washing it down. They're looking for something. There's a reason they're doing this right here. They're not, again, leaving. Oftentimes you'll find something is found, it's removed, and it immediately is going to be checked on by forensics. And in this case, they have the hoses out and they're trying to clean something up for a reason. Another thing that's standing out to me too is we've kind of been watching the comings and goings of investigators throughout the day. Obviously a ton of agencies out there. We're really looking at firefighters right here, and they're pitching in to help. But a lot of the key players that we've seen out there today, shows the seriousness of this investigation. And because this is a Cleveland police investigation, but because it is a missing child, that is the reason that the United States Marshal Service got involved. They have a missing children's unit, and as we talked a lot about today, Deputy U.S. Marshal Vinny Piccoli, you see him right there. He just walked up to the car. Looks like he's putting blue gloves on right now. Very involved in the case, and a number of other investigators that I know are on their team are out there. So it's not just him. So that tells you, they're taking this very seriously. They're looking for something specific, and again, getting involved right now. Both of them, gloves on, looking inside this vehicle. Dan. That's another team member of their missing child unit. So you've got at least 3 of them right now looking at this vehicle.
I was just talking with one of our executive producers here, and she knows for a fact that the medical examiner's office has sort of a garage that you can physically take a vehicle to like this, and you can pull it into the garage, and you can do this evidence search in that garage. It gives them the ability to take pictures in a controlled area, for them the chance to pull out any amount of evidence from a vehicle. Now, the question would be, do they want a vehicle with 300 pounds of Cuyahoga County mud pulling into that? Because while we still continue to see this investigator really interested in the floorboard area, the console area, makes you wonder why this didn't take place in an area where, but again, they're the experts. Maybe that's just too much mud. Sarah, it may just be too much of a process to take that in there.
And then keep in mind, this could have been out of view of the public right now. They know the media is out here, and we can see everything they're doing. But the fire department being involved is interesting to me, and maybe there is a reason this vehicle is still on the scene right there. They don't want to disturb it too much. They want, they could find pieces of evidence in the mud. Maybe they just don't want to move it too much. They've already moved it out of the river.
And as Aria and Janelle and I were talking, did he take that in the vehicle? It's some sort of measurement instrument. We're not seeing evidence bags here. If they were pulling out any amount of evidence, whether it's a paper bag, whether it's a plastic bag, we're not seeing any of that. And in fact, normally if they find a piece of evidence, the first thing they do is they start to photograph it, and they come in and they shoot it from every angle, and they take a measurement tool like that he had in his hand, whether it's a ruler or a measuring tape, and they will set it next to whatever piece of evidence they find, so that when it goes to trial, if this is what this is, if it goes to a trial, they can say, oh, we found this fragment, it was 6.5 inches long, and that's consistent with X. And so that's why they do that. But we're really not seeing the painstaking process here of them doing any of that.
Right, and Dan, we're not, as far as I know, at least not right now, seeing a full forensics team out there. We did see BCI agents out there earlier, but we're not seeing, that typical suited up, forensic presence that you might see sometimes in cases like this, which is also interesting.
If you're just joining us, we're going to do a quick recap here. You're looking live at the east side of Tremont in Cleveland, right as Tremont dead ends into the Cuyahoga River. We were told very early this morning that the search taking place there did in fact have something to do with the Keshaun Williams case. He's been missing since, at least reported missing by his family, since June 17th of 2023. He was 15 years of age at the time. He is, or will be, or would be 16 years old at this time. The search brought up 2 vehicles out of the Cuyahoga County River. Large equipment used, divers, multiple divers used to get in the water to secure the vehicles and bring them up. You're looking at clearly the vehicle that they cared about the most. It is a black Jeep Grand Cherokee. If you're looking at it and saying that looks burnt, we do not believe that's the case. We think that is the drying mud or silt from the river that's on there. You can see black portions of the car. And so we don't know that this was something that was charred out or burned out. Generally, you don't take the time, if you're a criminal, to burn out a vehicle, wait for the fire to go out, and then put it in the river. Let's use some common sense here. That doesn't happen. You do one or the other. You dump it in a body of water or you set it on fire. I'm not sure you wait around to do both. That is more than likely mud that's on there. The other vehicle that was taken out, let's recap this for people who are just joining us. I'm going to show you the first vehicle that was taken out. We're calling this Jeep number 1. This was at 11 o'clock. I'm going to take down the live bug. Don't want to confuse anyone. This was right at about the top of the 11 o'clock hour, and it was the first vehicle to come out. We believe, from what we've been able to put together, Aria Janelle, our reporter on the scene, Marty Deshawn, our photographer, Sarah Goldenberg, myself watching this, we believe that this was the Jeep Compass that we saw sitting out, drying out, that the investigators clearly have not cared about. They did not rip the doors open. They did not wash this one out. It is still sitting out there on that little pier, or whatever you want to call it, the edge of the banks of the Cuyahoga River, and it's drying out, filled with mud. And they clearly don't care about it. So that was Jeep number 1 at about 11 o'clock. Here is Jeep number 2 coming up out of the water at just shortly after noon today. We were live on Channel 19 for this. We were live on CW43 with the first vehicle, and we've been live this entire time here on our digital platforms to bring you all of this live as it's happening. Very clearly a Grand Cherokee. Excellent work by Marty Deshawn there, our photographer, zooming in on that, getting us that detail. You can see the chrome on the mirror. You can see the chrome of the handles coming through all that mud. This was the second vehicle to come out, and the one that investigators have been tearing apart for the better part of the last 2 hours. Look at the amount of mud and silt inside that vehicle because it had been sitting at the bottom of that river, perhaps for maybe a year, maybe even longer. 16 months since Keshaun went missing, and that they put out, the Cleveland police put out, and I'm about to show you these pictures because this is what this ties this all together, at least for us. Not ties it together, but brings up these massive questions. Sarah, when you look at these pictures that were put out by the Cleveland Police Department 1 week to the day that Keshaun went missing, what does this mean? And what does it mean in context to what we saw today?
Well, really, it was just kind of shocking to see when the first vehicle came out that it was a Jeep. Because again, this was the initial stages of the investigation. These photos released from CPD show a black Jeep with no plate. That's what they were looking for in connection with Keshaun's disappearance. They later ruled out this vehicle. So keep that in mind. They ruled that out. And then just a few weeks ago, Cleveland Police and U.S. Marshals putting out the latest information saying, hey, we're looking for a dark colored SUV. Last seen with 3 to 4 juvenile males in it. So that was the latest information they put out there, Dan. So again, we can't say 100% if this is connected to Keshaun's case or not, but certainly an interesting detail that this is a dark colored Jeep that we're looking at today. And initially they were searching for a black Jeep, and that turned into a dark colored SUV. That was the latest information that we had.
And to take that even a step further, they were looking for for a Grand Cherokee. I want to look at this picture again. You can see the Grand Cherokee passenger door just underneath the door handles. That piece of chrome designates this a Grand Cherokee, and that's exactly what we saw when this vehicle got pulled up. Now, let's be honest, there are dozens and dozens of Grand Cherokees, black Grand Cherokees in Northeast Ohio. Is it just the biggest coincidence, sort of just a giant coincidence, that they were looking for a Grand Cherokee early on in the investigation and that they pulled up a Grand Cherokee? Hey, now that is probably a highly stolen vehicle. I bet if we looked at records, there are a ton of stolen Grand Cherokees all over, not just Northeast Ohio, but in Ohio. So if someone has a stolen Jeep Cherokee and they want to get rid of it, well, apparently the river is the place you do that. If you have any stolen Jeep, apparently the way you get rid of it is you drive it to the river and you throw it in. That does nothing for our case as an environmental city, but it is interesting to say the least. And Sarah, I'm going to bring you back in. We're continuing our coverage. We don't need to look at just a blank parking lot there. This has been an interesting day, but so far we have no answers, and that's been the interesting part.
Exactly, and if this Jeep is connected, one of the questions I have is, was that Jeep dumped right away after Keshaun went missing, or was this something that happened recently? We know that tips and leads have been coming in to investigators the entire duration of this investigation that stretched for months and months and months. And again, this latest tip they called credible had just come in recently. So things could be moving that we don't know about. Certainly any suspects involved, recently got a little scared and decided to dump a car. Again, this is all, none of this confirmed. We don't know that that Jeep is connected to Keshaun. We don't know what led investigators here today, but it definitely begs a lot of questions and answers that we don't have right now.
And I'm going to make another observation, Sarah, as we're looking live here. I want you to notice that just basically everyone has gone. They have pulled up the cones and the tape that was around the Grand Cherokee. I don't think they got anything.
It looks like they're just leaving them there too. I mean, they have the one that they're going to take out, but they don't have tape up everywhere. They don't have a huge scene, that little tent that was up to possibly, have investigators work with any evidence. That's long gone.
If they were concerned about one of these vehicles, if they thought, hey, this is a piece of evidence we need to protect, they would still be there. They would make sure it got onto a flatbed. They would make sure it got wrapped so that it could be taken to a police garage. The fact that they have basically vacated, have left this vehicle to sit out there by itself. Granted, it'll probably be towed at some point, but there's no one guarding it. There's no one wrapping it. There's no one sort of taking pictures anymore. I don't think they found anything. It just from what I'm seeing here, the lack of concern for these two vehicles. You see the one officer helping the tow truck driver take out the compass. That we are getting a decent look now, and it does look like at some point the doors were open. I don't. What is your observation here?
Yeah, it doesn't look like too active of a scene, which we saw earlier, which may lead us to believe that they didn't find, as you said, what they're looking for. Maybe they did. Maybe they found something small and walked away with it. We don't know. But it's hard to say at this point, but we would expect a much, much more active scene if, if there was a lot of evidence found and evidence that they wish to preserve. Looks like a police officer out there with the tow truck company as they work to remove one of these vehicles.
Well, and we would see that whether this was a car getting towed on West 6th or a car being towed that was pulled up out of the river. The fact that that officer does not appear to have had any connection to this case, is just walking around this. And I'm going to bring in Aria Janelle back in here if she's still with us. Not sure that she is. But this thing is ostensibly done. This scene is basically clear. I think we've lost Aria out there. She's clearly needs to get ready for our 3 o'clock news. We understand that. Oh no, we do have Aria. Aria, this looks very bizarre to what we've seen. We've been watching all day. This tells me that, well, what does it tell you? What are you looking at, and what are you taking away from this?
I feel like my best educated guess, because again, I am not down there. I'm not sure what conversations are being had, but my best guess is that they didn't find what they were looking for today. Or if they did, they took it a long time ago, and we've just been watching kind of the cleanup process and how comfortable they are leaving this scene here today. We're starting to see that tow truck get into position to take that Compass away now, and they're leaving that Grand Cherokee at the moment. But it looks like they've gone through it, looked through it, and all that's left is really one team that's probably going to be packing up and heading out here in a little bit as well.
Yeah, so maybe show us that in the parking lot. All the first responders that we saw earlier, they're gone.
Yeah, it just looks completely empty compared to what we saw when we first pulled up here around 9:40 this morning. Completely different scene, and these cars were getting a lot of attention earlier today, and now it just seems like, you know, they've gotten what they needed from it and they're done. We're starting to see the last little bit of this crew kind of walk toward their cars now, and I think here in about 5 minutes there's not going to be much, if anything, to look at.
And I think that's where we're going to wrap this up. The mystery continues. I'm going to ask Sarah Goldenberg. Aria, we understand you have to get ready for your 3 o'clock, so we're going to cut you loose. We might stick with your live pictures here for just a little bit longer. Sarah Goldenberg, we're going to ask you to get your final opinion here, as, boy, this certainly seems to be anticlimactic.
We're still waiting to hear answers as far as what happened today, what was found or not found today. But as we look at this possible search in Keshaun's case, I just want everyone to keep in mind, we're talking about a year and a half. How many searches have happened that we haven't seen, right? They've been out there searching fields, searching neighborhoods, abandoned homes and buildings. The searches have gone on, and you know, at this point there are going to be a lot of leads that turn into dead ends, and those can be extremely frustrating for investigators, and they got to keep going. You know, when I spoke with the investigators for a podcast, because we've profiled this case several times of Keshaun Williams, I kind of brought up some of their quotes that they said when I asked them, you know, are you confident you will find Keshaun eventually? Detective Ryan Corrigan, he's with Cleveland Police, he said, I mean, we have to have hope. We don't want to think anything else. We just hope he's out there, he's safe, he's not in any harm, and we're doing everything we can to find him as soon as possible. Deputy U.S. Marshal Vinny Piccoli, he said the work doesn't stop. We're working around the clock, day and night. A lot of us stay up late at night. We're tracking down leads, thinking about other possibilities of different locations he could be at. We're invested in this case. We're working with the community. We are confident we'll develop information that will lead to Keshaun. At the time, he said, we're hoping it's soon, but I am hopeful. So a lot of hope still out there, you know, for investigators, of course, for the family. You know, they are hoping that they will find Keshaun and that someone will give them the information they need to resolve this case. It's been too long. He's been gone for too long from his family, Dan.
And that's the absolute point here is the family, first of all, wants Keshaun home. They want him home safe and sound. Next, they want to know what happened. Where is he? Where has he been? What happened that night? And it looks like the mystery is going to continue. This appears to have ended very unceremoniously. We're not seeing vehicles being wrapped for transportation, for further investigation. That's generally something we see happen when they need to look into a vehicle further. There may also be the possibility that any vehicle that sat under the Cuyahoga River water and filled with mud for the last year and a half may have nothing to bear because of the conditions, and that once those vehicles were brought to the surface, and it was determined clearly. We know that the medical examiner's office was not called out to the scene, so that tells us that no body was found here at this scene. That maybe that's what they were most concerned with. Maybe they were concerned with pulling up these two vehicles, getting them searched as thoroughly as they could, first to make sure that there was no body in them, whether this was Keshaun Williams or anyone else, that they need to make sure there was no one in these vehicles. But that you have to search them for possible evidence. Sarah Goldenberg, we have appreciated your insight in this case. It looks like this case is not over, and we will continue to follow when we see breaking news like this in the Keshaun Williams case. When we see breaking news like this in any case, we are dedicated to live breaking news coverage throughout all the hours that we have to here on our digital platform. So Sarah, thank you for joining us. We certainly appreciate it.
Thank you, Dan.
All right, take care. Again, more questions than answers. It has been a long day, not just for us and not just for the investigators. It's been an even longer day for the Keshaun Williams family. It does not appear that they are any closer to getting answers. So we will continue to ask the questions. We will continue to work with authorities on this and see what was found today and what wasn't. And we will have the very latest when we start 3.5 hours of news on Channel 19 at 3 o'clock. Make sure you tune in, because if any news comes in this afternoon, if any department feels like saying what was and wasn't found today, we will have it for you on Channel 19. Until then, I'm Dan DeRose with 19 News. Have a good day.
19 News is everywhere. Download our CTV apps